My daughter's friend, Chelsea. My daughter is 9 now and has no memory of this, but we do. We moved into a new apartment when she was around 3 or 4 years old. I'm not sure when it was built, but the aesthetic was 70s. And even though it wasn't up to date, it was one of the best apartments in my small town, especially that small town had to offer. Shortly after moving in, my daughter kept speaking and playing with who she would refer to as Chelsea. We all just went along with it, thinking that she had an imaginary friend. It was a result of her being an only child. One day, my daughter was just using the bathroom, and I heard her talking to herself in there. I went to go check on her, and she was just sitting on the toilet talking. I asked her who she was speaking to, and she said, "Oh, an old man." As someone who's witnessed paranormal activity before, this freaked me the hell out. Some time goes by, and one night my daughter tells me that some man was talking to her in bed. She described him as being a tall, skinny man with a cowboy hat. My husband and I were watching TV a different night when our daughter was sleeping. We heard a little putter-patter of bare feet on the wooden floor and assumed our daughter woke up. We looked toward the hallway and didn't see her, so I went back to go check on her, and I found her snoring in her bed. I got the feeling this was also paranormal, but my husband thought I was just being crazy because he doesn't believe in ghosts. A few nights later, this happened again, but my daughter wasn't even at home. My husband followed the sound into her empty room. He still says it was nothing, but to this day I believe it was Chelsea. If I bring it up to him, he'll get weirded out and tell me to stop talking about it. After a year or so, my daughter quit talking about Chelsea, but it was something that I would tell my friends about when they would come over. My sister brought her friend over one night, and my sister started talking about the experience my husband and I had, and my daughter's old ghost friend. While she was telling it that the paper towel roll on the counter fell off just out of nowhere, that's what happened. It just fell. We weren't even near it. Another time my sister was over, and she just brought my nephew, who was 3 at the time. He was playing in my daughter's room when we heard him yelling. We went in to make sure he was okay, when we see him standing outside the closed closet door, yelling at the door. What did you say?" We asked him who he was talking to. He said it was a ghost. He never went in there by himself again because he was too scared. Story number 2. I'm pretty much convinced that my house is haunted. So when my family built this house in the early 70s, it was all perfect. But then my great-granddad died. Nothing much happened. When I was a kid, I had a small room, and I always felt watched while I was in there. One night I even felt someone sitting on my bed. I was too scared to look at this person, so I just stared at my wall until I fell asleep again. That was when I was 5 or 6. After that, I moved into another room. Nothing similar ever happened in a new room then. But recently, things started to happen. Objects started to disappear. I find them in various places. I see shadowy people and figures. A few weeks ago, my mom and I had a strange and chilling experience. She came home from work and was on the first floor. I was on the second floor and heard her yelling, "I'm home." When I wanted to open the door to the staircase, I heard a feminine scream, as if someone would be in pain. I ran downstairs because I thought my mom was hurt. But when I saw her, she said, "You didn't just scream, did you?" I shook my head in fear. She told me that she heard it from upstairs, but I heard it from downstairs. A few days later, I talked to my sister about paranormal stuff happening in our house. Turns out, we both hear the steps that are sometimes in the attic. Thought it might be a raccoon at first, but then we listened to it again. They were masculine steps, sounded like military boots. Since we all talked about it as a family, it got worse. I woke up a few days ago with the feeling of someone choking me. I always dream about death, every night, feel watched with every step that I take. I honestly don't know what to do anymore. We already had a priest coming here, and we saged the whole house correctly. I guess I'm just thinking about moving out with my sister and my mom. I think my apartment is haunted. I recently moved to a new city about 5 months ago, and therefore moved into a new apartment. For a bit of a backstory on my apartment building, it used to be a factory that was converted to apartments around 20 years ago. In our little village, there are 10 apartment buildings in total, only 2 of which were part of the factory, and the rest were built afterwards. There was always kind of a weird vibe in our unit. You always feel like there's someone watching you. Both my partner and I have thought that we've been seeing things out of the corners of our eyes, only for it to be gone when we turn to look. My cat has also been acting strange since we moved here. He was never a whiny cat before, and we hardly ever heard him meow, but now he does it constantly. He'll sometimes look like he's chasing something that's not even there, and will go to a certain corner in our living room and stare for sometimes 20 minutes at a time. With us being on the 3rd floor of the apartment and the tenants below us having their temperature set high, we have a fan on most nights to keep ourselves cool in the bedroom. My fan does have a timer option, but we never use it. One night it wasn't too hot in our apartment, so we weren't going to bother turning it on, but as I was laying in bed scrolling through Reddit, I heard the sound that it makes when it turns on and was blasted with cool air. I thought it was a bit strange, but didn't want to move to turn it back off. After 5 minutes after turning it on, it shut itself off again. This has happened 3 times since then. We've also had our TV turn itself on and off and our tall lamp in the living room as well. I've had doors that I could swear were closed be open when waking up, and our cupboards and drawers open as well. We have had instances where things have gone missing only to show up in the weirdest places. For example, I use a plastic cover that clips on top of my cat's cans of wet food to keep them from getting crusty in the fridge. After taking it off the can, I give it to my cat. I could only find it afterwards. I didn't search too hard to find it, as I didn't need it that night because he had ate the rest of the can anyways. The next morning I was getting ready for work, and I found it underneath the bathroom sink in the cupboard of the vanity. My cat's room is across the hall, and I would have no reason to store it in my bathroom. We've also had instances of pictures and decorations falling off the wall or off shelves, and I've also heard some questionable noises that weren't my cat, as he would be in bed with us. I know it's not just me overthinking, as my boyfriend's been witness to some of the strange occurrences, which helps me feel a little bit less insane. If anyone has any theories to debunk these events, or could just help me with understanding what's going on, that'd be great. If it's something paranormal, it doesn't seem to be harmful at all, just a bit frightening and annoying at times. Encounter with a shadow stranger. I only very recently recalled this memory. This is the only time in my life that I experienced something like this. I've never ever hallucinated before either. Perhaps it can be explained, but I haven't been able to figure out how. Maybe you will. I live in Hawaii, on the island of Kauai, and I'm a 28-year-old female. Approximately 20 years ago, I was on the island of Oahu, visiting family on my father's side. I stayed at my auntie's house with her rather large Samoan boyfriend. She was about 5 foot tall and on the chunky side. She has a daughter, my cousin, who was the same age as me and standing at an average 8-year-old girl's height. You'll see why this information matters later. They lived in this neighborhood called Wilhelmina Rise, on the bottom floor of a 2-story house. It was set up almost like a fairly spacious studio, where the only room was the bathroom. Otherwise, you could see everything in the studio in its entirety, no matter where you were standing. There were 2 queen-sized beds, several feet from each other, one closest to the TV and the other closest to the back wall. I was sleeping in the bed furthest from the TV on the inside, having the wall closest to me, and my cousin was sleeping next to me on the outside. My auntie and her boyfriend were, of course, sleeping in the other bed. I want to say it was somewhere between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. when I suddenly woke up. I don't know if I had to use the bathroom or if something disrupted my sleep, but I could see the kitchen when I opened my eyes. I propped myself up onto my elbow to see over my peacefully slumbering cousin. I was puzzled at first as something caught my eye. I thought, I'm just imagining things, as I began to rub my eyes, hoping to be rid of whatever was causing this potential illusion. I look up from my hands, knowing it'd be gone, because the explanation was that my eyes were likely just blurry, causing me to see imaginary things, right? That's what everyone else would expect when something like this happens to someone, isn't it? But that isn't what happened. Not in this universe. After rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I look up again and it's the same spot, or it's in the same spot as it had been. The next step is to pinch yourself, right? That's exactly what I did. Pinch, pinch, pinch on my forearm as hard as I could, to where I had to rub the pain away. Definitely awake, and that is definitely there. Standing. My 8-year-old mind was trying to make sense of what was playing out, but it couldn't. I can't explain the confusion that I felt, knowing things weren't adding up when they should be. This doesn't actually happen, except it was happening. There was no explanation. Towering in the kitchen was what looked to be a male on the slimmer side. If you took notice to the description of anyone staying in the apartment earlier, you'll understand why it was such a brain twister for me. Who is that? I asked myself. It stood with its back towards me at the kitchen sink. I stared at it, trying to make out any sort of detail that should have been illuminated by the dim stove light that was left on. The longer I looked at it, the less sense that it made. I began to realize that aside from it being in my kitchen, something was off about it. Why couldn't I see any details? Why can't I even see the clothing that it's wearing, or the color of its skin? It was as if it were encompassed by a deep, dark, shadowy black. It was a silhouette. What does that even mean? My 8-year-old mind had no idea. I didn't know that shadow people were a thing back then. Wasn't even thinking about ghosts and paranormal things at that time. I was clueless and didn't know what I was dealing with until very recently. The weirdest thing is that when I first looked at it, within that second, my half-asleep brain recognized it as my grandma, until I looked harder and made sense of where I actually was. That didn't make sense for a lot of reasons, the main two being, 1, she's my mom's mom, therefore having no relation to anyone here except me. She was still alive and well on my home island at that time. She didn't pass away until about a decade after this incident. After I glanced over at my auntie and her enormous boyfriend sleeping where they're supposed to be, I glanced at the front door thinking maybe someone broke in. From where I was, I could see the chain was still on the door. So was the heavy-duty padlock, meaning the only way that locked door's opening is from the inside. The only window in her place was still intact as well. My heart was pounding at this point, and the figure still hadn't moved at all. I rubbed my eyes and pinched myself one last time, hoping I was dreaming. Please, I thought to myself, as I slowly started to lower my body back onto the mattress, keeping my eyes on whatever it was that refused to go away. Please keep us safe and don't let anyone see anything. I stealthily flipped on my other side of my face to the wall, pulled the covers over my head, the whole deal. I didn't care how hot it was. I was not going to see the face on this thing, nor was I going to feel, hear, or witness anything that it ends up doing. I silently prayed more to my parents, God, and had so much fear and adrenaline coursing through me, thought I would never end up falling asleep. I genuinely had it in my mind that something was about to happen to me. Miracles do happen, as after a millennia passed, I did indeed fall asleep through the rest of the night without any further disturbances. I don't recall what happened the following day, but all I know is nothing was out of place, no evidence of someone MacGyvering their way into the house, and no one else mentioned anything about what I saw. I did tell my dad's mom about this recently, and she genuinely believes that I'm sensitive to anything spiritual or paranormal. She has her reasons, but that's another story. For some reason, I haven't been able to find it in me to agree with her about being sensitive. Maybe it's because I fear these type of encounters, so I consciously shut this stuff out. Maybe because I'm just too skeptical. All I do know is I'd like to never experience seeing a spooky, spectral stranger in the middle of the night ever again. Story number 5, The Lake House. For as long as I can remember, I've had issues with sleeping. I would cry and scream as a young child about not wanting to sleep, which sounds pretty typical to every other kid, so that didn't faze me too much. But as I got older, the nightmares and fear of sleeping got worse. In the 4th grade or so, I vividly remember 2 night terrors that left me sleeping 2 hours a night afterwards. Only once the sun came up around 5 a.m. was I able to get some rest. But that's not the point of this story. Eventually, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. Things got much better. Still had some nights where I'd have so much fear of sleeping that I'd lay in my bed covered in sweat, shaking. But for the most part, all was normal. I didn't have the night terrors or utter fear of falling asleep for a long time. A few years ago, I was in a university doing my undergraduate degree in a beautiful city on the lake. I had decided to take a few summer courses, given that it's mainly a resort town during those months. The rent everywhere was ridiculously high. Luckily, my second cousins offered me their summer home right on the lake for a few months while I completed my classes, free of charge. I was beyond excited. The house was on the other side of the lake from the university, and down a winding dirt road off the single-lane highway. I had 1 neighbor to my right, and 3 to my left. But during the first few weeks of summer, most of them hadn't arrived for vacation yet. At the time, my boyfriend, now an ex, thank God, moved in with me because I was already uneasy about staying in a large house alone in a pretty isolated area. Looking back at my childhood, I think I was pretty in tune with my senses, maybe hyper-aware of, as my mother would say, things that go bump in the night. I always got an eerie feeling going into the basement alone because it was one of those walkouts that opened straight onto a porch, and just a glass sliding door that separated the inside from the outside. My first thought seeing that was, oh great, this is the first house I'd picked to break into. That's some shitty humor that I used to try to alleviate my fears. Didn't work though. The first few weeks were uneventful. Nothing odd happened at all. When I was home alone or up late studying after my boyfriend had already gone to bed, I increasingly started to feel more and more uncomfortable, like something was watching me. I was hearing doors shutting, footsteps, and random noises at all times of the day. But since I had such similar experiences as a kid, I didn't dwell on it too much. I mean, the house was older anyway. The night that shit really hit the fan was when the feeling of being watched turned into feeling like something terrible was going to happen to me. A very dark and very threatening presence. Anyway, my boyfriend had already gone to bed, and I was studying in the living room around 10:30 p.m. The feeling became so overwhelming that I basically said nope and went straight to bed and locked the door behind me. Couldn't fall asleep for an hour. My heart was racing and I felt like someone was in the house. It wasn't until I heard knocking on the front door that I decided to wake my boyfriend up. And in a hushed voice, I asked him if he heard anything. He groggily woke up and said, "No, it's okay, just go back to sleep." So I sucked it up, threw my head underneath the covers, and tried my best to fall asleep. The next thing I know, my boyfriend is shaking me and whispering, "Wake up! What's the address to the house? I'm on the phone with the police and I need to know." Well, if that isn't a way to wake up, I don't know what is. So I quickly recited the address and whispering what's going on to my boyfriend while he stays on the phone with the police. They proceed to tell him that the police would be there in 25 minutes. The station is on the other side of the lake, but to call back if we hear anything else. Those 25 minutes were the longest 25 minutes of my life. I sat there, shaking uncontrollably as my boyfriend began to tell me what had happened. About 30 minutes after, he dozed back off from me waking him up. He jolted out of his sleep to hear what sounded like 3 hard knocks on the garage door. He then heard a door open and heavy footsteps moved into the kitchen. That's when he decided to call. By no means was he an irrational person. Little noises and things that gave me the chills never bothered him too much. So when I found out that he had called the cops, my blood ran cold. The police came and proceeded to move through the house and check every room, finding nothing. They said there wasn't any sign of forced entry, and suggested that it could have just been a bear. We both knew it was inaccurate, but at this point we were feeling pretty stupid and didn't say much. They left, and we were wide awake, lying in bed, both still feeling uneasy. That's when my boyfriend told me that it was the first time in his life that he thought there was no way to protect us. That really worried me because this guy made me feel very safe despite many poor qualities. He was 6'3" and pretty jacked. We didn't sleep for the rest of that night. The next day we were both pretty shook up, but he went to work and I went to school. When we both got home, he brought up the night before, saying he still doesn't think that it was a bear. What kind of bear makes 3 distinct knocks that can open a door? We tried to rationalize the situation by saying maybe it was just kids screwing around, but we both knew it wasn't. The feeling in the house was still heavy and dark. I'd been having nightmares for about a week of an older man missing teeth climbing up the stairs and smiling in a sinister way prior to the night before that. That's why this next part pushed me to my breaking point, and I never slept in that house ever again. My boyfriend said that he kept picturing a man crawling, exorcist-like, with a smile when he awoke to the knocks. He felt that the man wanted to hurt us. I was shocked. His description, missing teeth and all lined up, that went white, told me that we needed to pack up an overnight bag and go to a friend's place. The next time we returned to the house, the feeling was there, but darker. We decided to move out instantly. The only time I returned was when my mom and grandma came to help me clean up the house before giving the keys back to my cousins. I never mentioned it to them. However, I did search online to see if there were any incidents within that area. Couldn't come up with anything. Didn't bring it up to my cousins because I didn't want to come across as ungrateful for a place to stay. But even today I can still picture that man smiling and remember that feeling of dread and overpowering worry that I was in danger. The Walmart Ghost Chronicles. I work at a Walmart that's closer to a supercenter than a store. I had an experience with our store ghost and have had several more since the first. I've never been a skeptic, but I still rely on practical evidence to base any claims or beliefs on. Since I was much smaller, I've always been sensitive to paranormal activity and creatures. I have a knack for it, I suppose. In any case, I digress. For background information, I think I need to explain how I know there could be an entity in the building to begin with. My father has worked at this store for over 20 years now. Farther back in his career as a Walmart employee, he and the whole staff were present for a dramatic death. An employee had been going through a rough breakup with an abusive boyfriend. She had even gone so far as to request an escort for her car every night for fear over her ex. This woman came to work and her ex showed up. When she refused to return home with him, he drew a gun, not on her, but rather on himself. There in the parking lot, he shot himself, died instantly. This event was disturbing enough that most of the staff took a mental health day. My father did not. Now, as I work more during the nights than any other time, I find myself alone fairly often. Most of my work after hours is monotonous and tedious, making the shelves look nice for the following day. My first experience was when I was putting things away in the garden center. After 9 p.m., they dim the lights in this area. It's the only place in the store that is left without tile flooring. It is also completed with metal racks instead of an abundance of shelving. Basically, it's already an uncomfortable space to be in by yourself. Now, there are 2 pairs of electric doors, one that leads outside to the back of the building and one that leads to our greenhouse. Both are locked after 9 p.m., just as the lights are turned off. Under normal circumstances, they do not open. Not at this time. Or rather, save for this time, so not this time. I'm walking aisle to aisle in my effort to put away returns. This night I have no headphones, so I'm just listening to music over the loudspeaker. My footsteps echo against the concrete floor, and every item I place on the shelves rattles. It's some time during this back and forth that I hear the door slide open. Thinking a coworker had opened it to put away some mulch, I walked out and looked around, ready to greet them. No one. I look about and even check the door to find the button still in the locked position. Annoyed rather than unnerved, I go back to my work. On a trip to the cart, I froze. Behind me, the door slides open. I slowly turn around to see no one. Now, I'm uncomfortable and not wanting to linger for any longer than I have to. I switch from a slow walk to an almost jog. I'm putting stuff away as quickly as possible when it decides to open and close much more rapidly than it should. I simply take off, telling myself I'm just tired. Turns out, they caught it all on camera and inquired about it. The parking lot suicide man struck the first time, and many times after. The Walmart Ghost Chronicles, Part 2. This Walmart in southern Colorado is known for more than its toilet paper outages and minor COVID-19 outbreaks. It also has a ghost. In this bit, I will recount 3 experiences. I will go in chronological order for these experiences just for the sake of text flow. People at my store have worked there for ages, so of course they've had encounters with our suicide ghost, which I will henceforth refer to as Sam for reasons that will be revealed later. Sam isn't normally too active when the store is bustling with activity. He's antisocial in nature, tending to act out when his peace is disturbed by an employee later at night, or so I assume from the time when encounters and experiences have occurred. One of my coworkers' name is Cindy. She happened to work back in the HBA in cosmetics at the time of this happening. She's a taller woman with a thin frame and tends to be quiet when on duty. She and Sam didn't get along very well. On On this particular night, Cindy was stocking and zoning the lotion wall in our box of cosmetics center. She was very much so alone and thought nothing of it, as she remembered this fact very clearly. She had told me that the music was off because the overheads were having maintenance done, and it was eerily quiet. As she stocked a bottle of lotion from the top shelf, dropped 2 shelves to her right, the loud thud scared her and echoed through the empty area. She simply restocked the item, thinking that she bumped something. That was until one fell from the top shelf where she had just come from. She shook her unease off, as maybe it being a typical nighttime jitter thing. Nothing else occurred for a while, but when it did, it was nothing to be sneezed at. Hands full of freight and at least a foot from the wall searching for a spot for her lotion, she freezes when the whole top shelf starts falling onto the floor. Freight simply sliding forward from wall to wall simultaneously, as if being pushed from behind with a very long stick. The moment the first bottle falls, she drops her stuff and runs. She later told me when recounting the tale that she was crying and actually left work early. She's never worked back in that cosmetics that late at night ever again, as at the time I was start back to be in the area for closing shifts. She warned me to always greet Sam and when he throws something to apologize. My father was involved heavily in this next encounter, and I actually didn't notice the happenings at all until a member of security questioned him and showed him video feed. This night my father was putting up large signs which were to hang from the beams above our gondolas, the shelves on which freight sits. He was on one of our electric risers. The risers are anything but quiet, and when you're upon them, they sway with each step. These risers are already pretty nerve-wracking, so I don't blame him for not noticing. If you've read about my first encounter, you know Sam manipulated the electric doors. In this case, he did the same, but for hours rather than moments. Any time my father passed from the shelving area into the flat, the doors would open. He would assume the doors were active and unlocked. However, when the security associate checked the doors, they were off and locked, according to all recorded logs. They were locked at 9 p.m. and remained locked all night as my father had not touched them and was the only associate present until 2 a.m. This whole ordeal spooked security more than it did my dad. The gentleman had watched the doors open and close at varying speeds. If you know anything of these doors, they are set at 1 speed. Safe to say, security was unnerved. The last experience was mine. As I seemed to be my own hotbed of paranormal activity, Sam decided he was pissed off and didn't want me anywhere near his favorite spot at all. I happened to be zoning the HBA shelves and had just started, meaning I was in the shampoo aisles. I am very comfortable in this area because I enjoy matching everything up. Something about the uniformity of everything by the end is simply satisfying. So as I began zoning, customers trickled from the area, leaving me quiet alone, and I was humming to myself. I did have my headphones in at this point, and my audio started crackling, which has never happened before with this headset and caused me to pause, reset the connection. Quite suddenly, they were dead, completely drained of power. I didn't even have a suspicion that Sam was around. He wasn't a thought in my mind, to be honest. I assumed I hadn't placed the earbuds back into the case properly. Putting them away, I nearly jumped out of my skin as a shelf to my left jiggled by itself, the whole shelf. It knocked my bottles over and they hit the floor with loud bangs. I assumed someone on the other side had bumped something, but only one shelf had moved. At this point, I had an inkling that I was being messed with by Sam. I put everything back nice and neat. I backed up to double-check the wall when several shelves, all in different places on the wall, shook. This time, bottles didn't just fall. Several came flying off at me. Obviously, I was upset by this, and I yelled, "Sam!" Abruptly. It all stopped. broken bottles broke upon the floor, and me in Sam's fit. I spent a good deal of time cleaning up this mess, and also spent the entire time scolding him for his horrible temper. I had many bruises after this encounter, and was rather cross with the entity and his temper tantrums. I remember scolding him for days afterwards. Sam garnered his name from a manager I disliked. This manager had a temper and an ego, quite like our resident ghost. All will be well until suddenly he decides to throw a hissy fit. To this day he remains, and for every moment after, his name will always be Sam. Many say that it's not good to name an entity because it solidifies their presence. However, this fucker is going nowhere. Until next time. Whispers from Another Dimension. I've never been one to really believe in ghosts or the paranormal. I always believed there'd be a logical explanation behind any door alarm or flash of light. Well, that changed when I was camping several years ago on a beach in west coast of Vancouver Island. I was in my tent fast asleep having a dream. Nothing too notable there, but I woke up from the dream to something very strange. So much so I felt the need to write it into notes in the app of my phone, and this is what I wrote. Reading through what appears to be text from a book, quote unquote, as much as you can trust any 40-something-year-old, except at 43, because at 43 something happens. Repeatedly reading that same text over and over about 3 or 4 times, then out of nowhere I'm woken up by the sound of a soft female voice. Derek. It should be noted that the reading of the text felt like a dream, like I was reading through a book, but the voice seemed to have been from outside of the dream. It sounded like she was right outside of my tent. Such and such beach, August 28th, 2016, just before 3 a.m. Now, for years, I didn't think pretty much anything at this event, until recently I picked up a book called The Haunting of Vancouver Island, found a chapter on a beach just around the corner from where I was camping. The author had an experience so similar I couldn't help but get chills down my spine just reading it. His speculation was the beach was haunted by the ghosts of the passengers of an old steamer that sank just offshore back in 1906. The steamer was named the Valencia when 136 people died, including 17 women and 11 children. To this day, I still get goosebumps thinking about this, and it's really opened my mind to the possibilities of another dimension where spirits roam. Looks like we have a ghost again. Story number 9. Around 2 years ago, when we had just moved into our house, strange things started happening, and this went on for about a month. I won't go into much detail as it's unrelated, but it all stopped a week or so after the police discovered our downstairs neighbor, who had been dead for weeks in his flat. And no one knew. Poor guy, may he rest in peace. Anyway, let's jump to the most recent events. It all started last Tuesday. It's in the evening when our vacuum window cleaner starts randomly turning on. At first, it's every, 10 to 15 minutes, but the time span gets shorter and shorter. Anyways, my girlfriend and I are watching a movie, and we're too lazy to deal with it, so we just keep it close to and just turn it off every time. Then we start getting ready to go to bed and wondering whether to put the vacuum cleaner in the living room or straight in the bins outside. But as we're discussing, we realize it had not turned on recently. So we just cross our fingers, hoping it won't scare us shitless in the middle of the night. We go to bed. On Wednesday, I wake up first, and it's all quiet. But as soon as my girlfriend opened her eyes, it starts all over again. We wait for the battery to die and put it into the closet. On Thursday, which was also my girlfriend's birthday, about 4 a.m., I have a very vivid dream how I walk in our bedroom and see one of the bedside tables tossed to the other side of the room, and the other one shaking with the drawers being opened and slammed shut constantly. I wake up feeling uneasy, but don't think too much of it. Then I notice the fairy lights above our heads are on, but so dim you could barely see them. I'm surprised as I just put new ones 2 weeks prior. We hadn't used them since, but whatever. Thought we might have turned them on and forgot them, so the batteries are running out. Girlfriend wakes up around 5. I show her the lights, which at that point started flickering, and we decide that we'll let the batteries die and change them later. In the evening, we had a nice dinner with a glass of wine. I drank white, she drinks red. Cleaned the table, went to bed. Around lunchtime on Friday, our housemate jokingly asks if we started drinking in the morning, because there's a few drops of red on the counter, and they're fresh. Like not dry or anything, but like someone spilled it just now. We cleaned it and moved on, not making any connection between those 3 events. And why would we? So yesterday I remembered to change the batteries out of the fairy lights. I am about to, when I noticed the switch was off. But we did leave them on that night, or so we thought at least. I asked my girlfriend. She says that she hasn't touched it. I switched them on and they're as bright as they could be. So I start freaking out a bit and my girlfriend's like, maybe my mom's hanging around. Her mom passed away about 3 months ago, so I start freaking out more because she didn't know her daughter had a girlfriend. And I didn't think she'd be very thrilled. Anyway, I calmed down after thinking about it a lot. I realized all of those events were somewhat connected to my girlfriend and not me. Maybe it was just a wishing for a happy birthday or something. Nothing else happened since. Story number 10. Brought a Ghost Home. About 4 years ago, I was asked to dog sit in this huge house. I've been there a few times before, never heard or saw anything. However, this time on my last night there, I clearly heard steps in the bedroom above mine. The house is detached, so there's no way that it was the neighbors. I tried to convince myself it's just the house settling, but the dog, who's familiar with every sound there, and was also sound asleep, jumped out of bed and looked up like, "What was that?" Freaked me out because nothing else happened, so I went back to sleep myself. Next day I went home and forgot all about it until strange things started happening. I was renting a room in the house at the time and had the only key, so no way in and out my housemates could get in, just wanted to clarify. I was keeping my window open at night, but had the habit of closing it before leaving for work. Suddenly I started finding it open when I got back. A few times my room smelled like men's cologne. Once one of the photos on the sill was misplaced. Another time the string I used to hang my curtain was untied and just hanging on one nail. I've checked numerous times before that to see if it's loose, but it really never was. I can't imagine it just randomly untying itself. All this went on for about 2 weeks when I was called to dog sit in that house again. Don't think anything happened while I was there, but when I went back home it was all back to normal. Nothing else has happened since, except a few months ago when I was picking up that same dog for a walk. The baby's pram started shaking like someone was pushing it. The babies were in it, but were facing me, and I could see that they were both asleep and not moving. Once their mom walked into the room, it suddenly stopped. I asked her if she believed in ghosts, and she was like, "Oh yes, you too think we have one, huh?" Turns out everyone that she had mentioned that to simply laughed it off, but she'd often find her kids staring in the same direction and laughing, or the dog would just go to a random spot and start wagging its tail for no obvious reason. She thinks it's her grandpa. Whoever it is apparently means no harm, but it's still pretty freaky. Story number 11. 3 shadows in my hallway. We had an Indian maid from Bangladesh. We always used to argue and have problems with each other, and she would always threaten me. I always watched videos about Indian doing some magic and scary stuff, and my fam wouldn't give her a pic of my little sis. She raised it, because they feared of her using some sort of black magic on her when she goes back to her country. She lived with us for 8 years, so she was kind of family too. One day we had an argument together, and she said that she will show me what she will do at night. I was kinda okay, because I knew she wouldn't do anything, so I went to sleep. My house was a hallway. Interesting. My room and my parents' room in front of me, both connected to my sister's room, which is a glasses balcony, so it's a normal room. Never heard that term. You can enter her room from my or my parents' room through a door connected. So my bed was on one end of the room facing the door, so I woke up in the middle of the night around 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., and the light in the hallway was on. Pretty normal. Used to encounter a lot of ghosty stuff, so always used to wake up at 3 or 4, but this time was diff. This time I woke up at 3. Shadows emerged into the wall. Not like figures, but like 3 persons as shadows on the wall. So there's a shadow but no person, if you know what I mean. Saw one at first. He was walking fast. Then he looked at me, waved his hand to another 2 that appeared right behind him. And they ran toward my parents' room. I was freaking out, probably the scariest thing ever. Who would come to my mind? The maid? I got up so quickly and ran to my parents' room through my sis, so I don't pass the hallway, and woke up my mom. Mom then woke up, still half asleep. I told her the maid did something to scare me. So she got up and took me to the maid's room to show me that she was asleep, which still, till now, I don't really believe. I don't think she was asleep, because she was adjusting her sleeping. Position was, when we got in. And then I couldn't sleep at all at night, obviously. My boyfriend's parents' house. I'm looking for advice about a few occurrences that my boyfriend's parents are experiencing. Now, I've heard stories for a few years about their house, and I experienced a few things there. They think it's a grandma hanging around, but I don't, since instances happened before grandma had passed away. I apologize for how long this is. I also changed the names of the people in my story to keep their identities hidden. The first big experience was when my boyfriend's mom, Nancy, came downstairs after getting ready for the day, found all the cabinets in the kitchen wide open. My boyfriend was living with his parents at the time, so she blamed him, but he was also upstairs and had to come down pretty much that whole day. Not at all. Now, I must say, Nancy is very short and would not be able to reach the higher cabinets, which are also wide open. My boyfriend's father, Tom, was upstairs in his office painting and didn't know what was going on. This story was shrugged off as a friendly ghost playing games. I had an experience where the Anna Lee dolls that were facing forward on a high shelf when I arrived. We all sat down for dinner and they were all facing away from us. My boyfriend pointed it out because when I had looked at all of them when we first arrived there, no one had touched them, so we kind of assumed there was a child spirit being playful there. I also had the cabinet experience and witnessed it within seconds. I had been sitting at the kitchen table, talking to Nancy, and she was initially standing in the kitchen. She walked into the living room, and she was going to do something, and I followed her because we were still talking. Within 5 minutes or less, she walked back into the kitchen, and most of the cabinets were open. Like wide open, not halfway. We both looked at each other and said, well, the ghost is at it again. Now fast forward a year or so. My boyfriend and I are now living together, and he occasionally goes to watch his parents' dogs when they go on vacation. He usually spends the night. About 3 weeks ago, he had stayed there and heard what sounded like a knock on the front door at 2 a.m. He said he looked outside and saw no one was there, so he went back to bed. He told me the story in the morning, and I told him I knew that I was going, or I knew it was going on prior because his parents had told me that it happens to them at night. He was a bit freaked out because he had one more night to stay there. I told him, do not open the door for anything because you may invite something unwanted in. Last weekend, my boyfriend's father told me that they were watching a scary movie about a haunted house, and one of the pumpkin decorations flew off the fireplace mantel. I asked him if it just fell off, and he said nope, it was like it was thrown off the mantel. Well, this weekend, my boyfriend's dad says he now hears scratching at night. I looked at my boyfriend and told him usually that is the sign of something evil from what I've heard and from what I've read. Story number 13, The Asylum Adventures. My boyfriend reminded me today of an encounter I had told him a few years ago that I completely forgot about. This story happened about 10 years ago when I was still in high school. Growing up, my family always watched paranormal shows from ghost hunters to Paranormal State. My brothers were really into the paranormal and would drive past this old cemetery and take pictures. Both of my brothers are older, so they decided to find a new place to see. This happened to be an old asylum. I won't say where because we were trespassing on the property. One night my brother invited me to go along, and I said yes. There were only 4 of us that went along this time. My brother, his boyfriend, their friend Kim, and me. I did not know what I was getting myself into. There was a long, winding road in order to get to the asylum, which had multiple buildings and tunnels connecting each building. The first building we went into was the theater. This building had the roof collapse at some point in time, so we could only stand in the entranceway. My brother's boyfriend brought a tape recorder to see if we could record anything. We had asked a bunch of questions, but didn't hear anything while we were there. We listened to the tape. That was when we got home, and we heard a little girl say hello. It was one of the creepiest things I had ever heard. After the theater, we were just walking around the grounds, and I kept seeing this white figure following the pathway. My thoughts were, I'm hoping to see a ghost, so my mind thinks I'm seeing one. I just kept my mouth shut and didn't say anything until my brother's friend Kim said, "Do you see that white thing over there?" Then I told her that I've been seeing this for a while now, and I just thought it was in my head or in my mind, and that it was playing tricks on me. We didn't really experience much more that night. I was thinking it was such a creepy place where horrible things happened to the patients there. The second time I went there was a few months after my first time. We wanted to go at least one more time before the renovations were completed for the haunting attraction of the asylum. This would be the final time I would go. The moon was full, or almost full, because we didn't really need a flashlight to see. This particular night was a cold, windy fall night. We couldn't park our car in the usual spot, so we decided to park somewhere different and walk through the woods. This should have been the turn around and go home sign. I felt very uneasy as we started to get closer to the asylum. We started to walk the long walkways and realized that it was that windy, the doors to the building were wide open. My brother kept insisting, "Let's go in and travel the tunnels." I said I don't think that's a good idea since I was feeling uneasy and that it felt like we weren't wanted there. My brother's boyfriend and Kim wanted to go in the most haunted building. This building is where the teeth were pulled out of the patients as if they bit the staff too many times. I stayed at the walkway with my brother. In about 5 minutes, they came running back, stating that we need to leave now. There was a dark, shadowy figure on the walkway between buildings, and they had no idea what it was. By the looks on their faces, I believed them. This is not the scary part for me, though. We had returned home, and for about a month I had the same recurring dream. I was a mentally ill patient, and my grandfather was feeding me. In my mind, I knew what I wanted to say, but it came out as a babble, and no one could understand me. I got frustrated, and I would cry. I would then wake up and think that one of the most horrible feelings in the world would happen. I also would wonder what would some of the mentally challenged people face on a daily basis. I don't know if energy followed me home. As I'm getting older, I'm starting to think I'm sensitive to things. I've had some odd experiences in my life and still do to this day. Story number 14, Inexplicable Shaking. There are 2 incidents I've had in my life that I've never been able to explain, and really are what have kept me interested in the paranormal. These occurred when I was younger, the first around 5th grade, I think, the second probably late middle school. To give some more context, I'm nearly 30 now, yet I think about these things fairly often. The first incident happened when I was stretched out on the living room couch watching TV with our family wiener dog, Buddy, sleeping between my legs. On the end of the couch behind my head, we had a wooden end table. I'm just chilling when out of nowhere, Buddy wakes up, trots onto my chest, and starts growling at the end table behind me. I try to calm him down, still trying to watch the TV, but he persists. So I turned my head to the end table, and all of a sudden it just starts shaking and wobbling around on the floor. Absolutely nothing else was moving around me, just the end table. I stared at it for several seconds, fixated and unable to bring myself to react or to say anything. It stopped and everything was quiet. Needless to say, I got off the couch and went to my room, not really understanding what I'd just seen. Fast forward a few years, and now it's my oldest brother and I just hanging out in the living room. I was on the couch again, and my brother was on a chair. Out of nowhere, his chair starts shaking so hard it's moving around on the floor. It didn't move a significant distance, but definitely several inches in every direction as it shook. I stared at him in disbelief, and he looked back. I think he yelled, "What the fuck?" But that part's pretty foggy. And within 10 to 15 seconds, the chair stopped moving. Once again, absolutely nothing else in the room was moving during this time. So we ruled out any earthquake. And my brother was and is a heavy dude. Back then, he was easily 220 pounds, and the chair that he was in was one of those oversized ones where you could almost call it a love seat. I've never been able to explain either of these, and nobody else but my brother and I felt shaking or had anything paranormal that we know of happen to them in that house. I had one other incident in high school, but I can kind of try to explain away. I opened my bedroom door one night and my desk chair turned, seemed fairly deliberate, towards me, and stopping right when it faced me. I freaked the fuck out, grabbed my oldest brother, and of course, it didn't happen again. I tried to recreate it by opening the door quickly and the chair would turn slightly, but I couldn't get it to move like I did the first time. So this third incident is a bit more iffy, but still strange and stands out to me. Story number 15, My Grandpa's Guardian Angel. I never met my dad's dad. Apparently, he kept very quiet about his life before he had a family. 6 kids, moved around Alberta and British Columbia and Canada before settling in AB. We don't totally know what his lineage is, apart from a brother and maybe his father. But every now and again, my dad and his siblings would catch a glimpse. Him and my grandmother are Canadian immigrants, both living through World War II with my grandfather fighting for the Polish. Don't know much more detail about his active duty than that. My grandpa told me this story to his children a few times throughout their childhood, so I'll try and relay it the best that I can through my dad's recollection of it. We will call my grandfather G from here on out. It goes something like this. G boards a train somewhere in Poland. His history tells us the Poles got brutalized by the Nazis when they were invading. I think G was expecting to be traveling from a battleground that had been lost to the Germans to a home base-esque establishment. I apologize for my lack of war vocabulary. The train is filled with people, both Polish citizens and soldiers, and it's moments away from departing. They were closing shop and evacuation, and G notices that there appears to be a disturbance coming from the train station entrance. And after a couple of seconds, lays eyes on a group of Nazi soldiers encroaching toward the platform, guns at the ready. Right before they open fire, and as the train doors are closing, a large white dog runs into the train car and tackles G to the ground. He was a pretty beefy man from what I can gather, so it would have taken some serious force. Not a second is spared between G hitting the floor and the Nazis opening fire as the train pulls away. G waits for the carnage to stop before getting up and noticing that most people on board had been hit, with a couple dead. He doesn't have a scratch on him. After gathering himself, he looks around the cabin to try to find this dog, but it's nowhere to be seen. It wouldn't have had enough time to get off the train, as the doors were closing as he was getting on. The way my dad remembers, my grandpa seemed certain it was a spirit manifesting itself as a big white dog that had saved his life that day. He wasn't a man that believed in the supernatural, so to hear this account from him carried some weight. If he had died, my dad and my 5 aunts and uncles wouldn't have been born, not to mention myself. Story number 16, Why I Started Locking My Mirrors. Okay, so before I start this story, I just want to preface this that I practice witchcraft, and I've been doing so for over a decade. In that entire time, I've never had any issues with ghosts, because I know how to protect myself, or at least I thought I did. I'm not that familiar with types of ghosts or spirits, so if anybody knows what this was, please tell me down below. If you don't know, mirror locking is pretty much what it sounds like, locking it like a door so spirits can no longer get in and out. From research, I found that they use mirrors to come and go as they please. A few weeks ago, around Samhain, or Halloween, I was talking to my coven about witchy things, and my one friend suggested that we tell our ghost experiences. I didn't have anything to contribute, so I just sat and listened to theirs. My first friend's boyfriend told us about how he was sleeping and woke up to the feeling of something pulling his soul through their bedroom mirror. My other friend said that she saw a face in her mirror, so I told them to lock their mirrors so it wouldn't happen again. The veil between this world and the next has been very thin this year, so a lot of people were having weird experiences in general. Since I do protection spells every so often, I felt like I was safe even though my mirrors weren't locked. My best friend, who is a Christian and really doesn't see eye to eye with me when it comes to witchcraft, also told me about a weird experience that he had when he was sleeping around the same time. He apparently had about 4 sleep paralysis experiences in one night and felt like something was after him. I won't go into that story since the rules of this sub say no sleep paralysis stories. The night after everybody shared their experiences, I went to bed. Nothing felt out of the ordinary. Then I woke up around 3 a.m. to get some water because I was feeling a little bit quote-unquote icky. I laid my head back onto the pillow to try to fall asleep again. That's when I had an intrusive thought telling me to lock my mirror. Usually when I have these intrusive thoughts, they're clairvoyant related, but I do admit that sometimes I don't listen. But as soon as that thought crossed my mind, a deep voice, clear as day, said in my ear, Don't even think about doing that. My head shot around so fast behind me and looked directly at one of the mirrors I have in my room. Needless to say, I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. As soon as the sun came up, I started making blessed water, holy water, but for Wiccans and witches, and wrote locking sigils on all of my mirrors. As soon as I was done, I felt like I was finally alone in my room, and somehow that creeped me out more than the actual spirit talking to me. Story number 17. I think my university house might be haunted. I go to a small Canadian university in Nova Scotia. I live in a townhouse complex with my girlfriend and our 2 buddies. My girlfriend and I sleep in the basement, and our roommates on the top floor. Over the past couple of months, we've all started to notice some spooky stuff. I have a handful of experiences, but I'll just share a couple for now. My first personal experience happened just over a month ago. I woke up in the middle of the night around 3 a.m. and decided to go upstairs for a glass of water. As I'm standing in the living room alone, I hear what sounds like somebody breathing very heavily, almost panting right behind my back. I turn around to see nothing behind me and immediately freeze dead in my tracks. After questioning my own sanity for a second, I go up the stairs to see if my roommates were awake, but of course, they were not. One of our best friends lives next door in an identical unit, and she also has experiences that are super creepy. She practically lives alone, as 2 of her roommates didn't return to school due to COVID. She told us that in the middle of the night it sounds like someone's walking around her house and doing laundry in the basement. The laundry machines in this unit are very old and make loud bangs when you close them. This next experience happened to a couple days ago. My girlfriend, our neighbor, and myself were all studying in the living room while our cat was sleeping on the couch. One of our roommates was hung over in the bed, and the other was visiting his father. About 2 hours after studying, I started to hear the door to the basement creak open right around the corner from our living room. It happened quite a few times, followed by a couple of bangs and other noises. Initially, I thought it was one of the cats, and so did our neighbor, as the 2 of us both noticed the noises. We then noticed the cat was right beside us, shedding an eerie feeling in the room. To top it off, our roommate came downstairs once he recovered from the night before and asked us about the noises, saying that he heard them too. This last encounter happened last week. It was around noon, and my girlfriend, neighbor, and one of my roommates were all on campus. I was studying alone in the living room, and my other roommate was upstairs. I went to use the bathroom and closed the lid to the toilet so the cat wouldn't try to jump in. I grabbed the cat, walked out of the bathroom, and within 20 seconds it sounded like the toilet seat was slammed shut. I practically shit myself at that point and went to go take a look in the bathroom. The seat was down as I had left it, leaving me confused as all fuck. Story number 18. Ghost hunting. I would watch Ghost Hunters with my dad, and haunting. So when I grew up to be really into ghosts and the paranormal, no one was surprised. The high school I went to had a paranormal society that you had to be, I think, either a sophomore or a junior to join. So the second I was allowed to join, I jumped on a chance. The club was ran by our school police officer and had been around since probably 2012. I joined in, I think, 2015 or 16. And given his status as an officer and our club's good reputation, we got to go to some pretty cool places. One of them was an abandoned jail in northwest Indiana. The one John Dillinger stayed in. Also the site of the Public Enemy movie. And I think that location was my favorite. We'd load up into one of those smaller school buses at like 7 on a Friday, and get there while it's dark outside. The jail's windows had cracks and it was very run down. The front part of the building was maintained as almost a museum, but once you were past that, it was just straight nightmares. The whole night we saw shadow figures and caught orbs on camera and just had a lot of fun. At the end, I ended up getting a little gift, I guess. We were sitting in the commons area for the prisoners, and I felt something really sharp go against my leg, hard enough for me to yelp. There's no scratch on me. No scratches on my jeans, though, but it did sting. I figured I was just paranoid, but still told the officer what happened. He too thought it was strange. When I went home, there was a scratch across my leg. Maybe this isn't the scariest story, but it's one of my favorites. I usually like to say I got stabbed in jail because that makes it seem more interesting. Should I share some more experiences? Forlorn in Iceland. I recently had an amazing opportunity. I went on a student trip to Iceland. We had a mini bus and an awesome guide who drove us around, told us history and regaled us with epic tales from Iceland's poems. We were on a whirlwind tour, seeing as much as we possibly could see in one day. We stopped at a small Catholic church in southern Iceland. It was not on our itinerary, but our guide said it's her favorite place, so we stopped. It was a small white church on top of a hill. The view was spectacular, a clear view to the horizon in all directions, with some hills off in the distance. The modern version of the church was white with a steeple. It had a small cemetery to the right of the property, and behind, and to the left, stood the original grass-roofed church. Inside was a humble church with a beautiful mosaic of Jesus on the wall. We wondered about the small chapel while listening to our guide speak. I found myself in a corner where they had a small rack and prayer candles. I didn't know much about the Catholic faith, and I found myself wondering why people lit the candles, whether they were sad or missed loved ones. What joy or sadness do those lit candles represent? At the moment, I was overcome with emotion that weren't my own. I wandered back outside and stood near the graveyard. I looked at the dramatic scenery again, this time with grief and sadness as I took in all I was trying to take in. I felt a sense of endurance and pride. My experience was interrupted by one of my traveling companions. It was time to go. I didn't really get a chance to process much while traveling, and I cried myself to sleep silently in the hotel room that night. I asked our guide if people had experiences there, and she said no. I've not had an experience like this one before, nor have I since. I'm not psychic or clairvoyant, and I've never considered myself to be a sensitive either. But something shared with me that day. Story number 20. Strange things happened to me when I was 5. Hey all, I'm from Iraq. I'd like to share a few encounters that happened to me in my old house. We had a small house, no bedroom for me, so all of us slept in our parents' room. Also, terrorism was a thing back in 2005, so we were all scared. I'd stay awake all night on all kinds of scary sounds, footsteps, things falling, all of that. The sad thing is, parents never believed me. I also had this nice toy car that I had a protective bumper I got as a gift from my aunt. The second day I woke up to some piece breaking off of the bumper until 3 days later the whole bumper's gone. Also, I wasn't the type of kid that breaks his toys though. On one scary night I was awake as usual. Nobody ever believed me on that one. I saw 2 small white figures running above the closet. I swear to God it was real. It's glued to my memory. All of these above. But this last one will truly shock you. One night, the sounds got very loud. My parents woke up. Dad grabbed a lighter and his AK-47. It was from his army days. Shit got real. Remember, we lived in a very stressful location with crimes and terrorism. We went to check it. He searched the house. Nothing. Oh man, it must be fucking ghosts. No wind whatsoever that we live in the city. I was and still pretty sure that that house had something in it that really scared me. Fast forward 10 years later, we moved to our new house, a calm house in a nice neighborhood. Violence is 99% gone. But here's the twist, ladies and gentlemen. Every single nightmare I have now takes place in my old house. that somewhat lives inside of my head. Just what the fuck? Because it was already demolished, though, after it was sold. I think nightmares appeared more right after it became equal to the ground. One of my many scary dreams involved me waking up in the house a few times. Also, one of them is our old house replacing our new house, which scared me shitless. Anyways, now it seems to have faded from my memory somehow. But I hope in the end it's all bullshit.
Greetings from Paranormal M, your companions on a journey into the mysterious. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to stay informed about our latest mesmerizing tales. If you could, leave a like, share our stuff, and drop a comment to help us along with this algorithm. We upload daily, so that way you guys can get fresh stories. We hope you're ready for a voyage into the unknown.
Story number 1. The grieving spirits I met at a meditation retreat in Northern California. I'm a 29-year-old female. I meditate regularly and abide by an Eastern philosophy that's quite similar to Buddhism. What tends to happen to people who meditate quite a bit is that we accidentally open up to the spirit realm. It's been my experience that I've been able to hear and see spirits, although I opt to tune that stuff out and set boundaries between myself and the spiritual realm. In the summer of 2019, I joined my spiritual community for the 3-day meditation retreat in Northern California, in a town somewhat close to Sacramento. The retreat was held at a small rustic ashram nestled in a wooded area. The property itself was quite unlike anything I'd ever seen before, and it had a Native American history, as does most land in the Americas. The staff at the property were kind and gracious. I was assigned a room at the back of the property in a woman's cabin. I had a room to myself, and I shared the cabin with 3 other women. These were women that I traveled with. The minute I walked into the room where I was staying, I felt heavy, like an overwhelming sense of death. Hanging on the wall was a painting of St. Teresa of Avila. It seemed to stare right at me. The painting creeped me out to no end. So, I took it down and set it face toward the wall on the floor. I told myself I was psyching myself out, with good reason, went about my day. That evening I came back to retire for the night around 9:30 p.m. As we were out in the wooded area, there was absolutely no ambient noise. It was completely quiet. I tried to fall asleep, but I couldn't as I kept hearing the voice of a man trying to speak to me. I couldn't make out what he was saying, but it was, without a doubt, the voice of a man. I became aware that this was something that was, maybe I was picking it up from the spirit realm, so the voice sounded more like a fading radio transmission that seemed to cut in and out. I became terrified and picked up my phone, put on a Hindu mantra on repeat. I was raised in the Hindu tradition, and it is believed that mantras can keep spirits at bay. However, I still couldn't fall asleep, and ended up turning on the lights on as well. I felt quite strongly that there was something in the room with me, but had no idea what to do. In the end, I didn't fall asleep until 2 a.m. I got up at 5 a.m. for the first meditation of the day and was glad to be leaving my room. That day, I went about my activities, but I felt shaken at the prospect of having to return to my room in the evening. The second night, I experienced the same thing. The voice, the feeling of death and terror. Again, it took me until 2 a.m. to fall asleep, lights on, mantra playing on my phone. The next day I finally did reveal what was going on to a handful of my friends. Initially I was scared to do so, because although we were a group that valued meditation, the vast majority of us tended to be more toward the logical and rational side, and more than likely would have written off my experience as just my imagination. I doubted that many in my group would understand what it was like to see or hear a spirit realm. However, a small few sympathized, came back with me to my room to gather my things and move them to another spot where I felt safer. When leaving the cabin, I explained to the woman who slept in the room next to mine that I could no longer stay because the room I was in was haunted. Typically, when sharing a story like this, I fully expect that the listener may not believe or understand. Indeed, I don't think she fully believed me, but she was kind about it and told me that she was glad that I had done what was right for me. After moving to another cabin, I slept peacefully on the third night, although I did feel uneasy. The next morning after meditation, this same woman ran up to me and pulled me aside excitedly. She told me that the previous night she had had the following dream. She found herself having gone underground, beneath the ashram property, and there she met a couple who looked Native American. The woman was weeping inconsolably, and the man had a much calmer presence. The man told her that their child was buried on the property, and that the body had been disturbed during the construction of the ashram. She asked him, "How do you know that the body moved as your child's?" He apparently answered, "Do we not know, as parents, which body is that of our child?" She was convinced that the dream explained what I had experienced in that room. I agreed. That day, the retreat ended and I packed my things, ready to head back home. Once home, I was glad to be back, but the second I entered my room, I still felt heavy. I told myself I was still experiencing the aftermath of that haunting and told myself I was safe now. That night, I slept peacefully, setting my alarm for 5:45 for my morning meditation. I woke at 5 a.m. instead of the sound of a woman chanting. Now being Hindu, I'm familiar with the sound of Sanskrit chanting, but this was quite unlike anything I'd ever heard before. I was once again terrified. There was no way I was going back to sleep. So instead, I sat down for meditation a bit earlier than I normally would, determined to block out this experience. However, as soon as I closed my eyes, within my mind's eye, I saw the face of a spirit. It was quite unlike anything I had seen before. Clearly, this thing had once been human, but its face now had bulging eyes and was contorted by the emotions of both deep fear and deep sorrow. It sat hunched, and I got the sense of it being bird-like. In that moment, deep down, I understood that these spirits that terrify us live on feelings of both sadness and fear on a level, if I'm being specific, I mean a much lower frequency, that the human body is unable to process, which is why we normally cannot see or hear these spirits unless we're physically open, psychically open. That morning I accepted that even meditation was not going to provide solace, as clearly whatever was in this room had followed me home. I'm not entirely sure what connection the spirit I saw in my mind's eye had to the spirit seen in the woman's dream, or the man speaking to me in my room. I got in touch with a healer friend whose experience in these matters outweigh my own, and she told me that multiple entities had attached themselves to me and that she would perform a small exorcism. Apparently it worked, as neither heard from or saw those spirits again. The only explanation I have for the attachment is this. 2 months prior to the retreat, I'd gone through a messy breakup, and I was still processing feelings of sorrow and anger toward my ex. After a few weeks, I had been violently mugged, and I was still carrying feelings of fear and trauma around that incident. Perhaps this is why those spirits felt compelled to attach themselves to me, although, who knows? It was my first time having such an experience, and from then on I learned that it was necessary to set boundaries between myself and the spirit realm. I've had a handful of visits, including one from a dead woman at another Vipassana meditation retreat, which is also located in a wooded area of Northern California. But now I always state quite clearly in meditation, if there's anything that would like to make contact, please know that you do not have my permission. I found that spirits typically honor a strongly stated intention. Of course, being a spiritual person has always been quite rational and grounded as well. I've always vacillated when it comes to these experiences. Are they imagined? Am I crazy? To this day, I can't say with certainty, but I do know what it was that I experienced.
Creepy room in my ancestral village home. I am from India, the eastern part of the country precisely. I'm a skeptic, tending to be a non-believer of the paranormal. But sometimes there are things which you just can't pass off with your skepticism. So my family from my mother's side were wealthy landowners once. I'm talking back about more than 200, 300 years ago, till our independence. Most of the land and properties are gone following our independence, but what we still own is a large mansion from before that time. Now this is located in a village in rural Chotanagpur plateau of the Indian subcontinent, and it's also the last house before land opens up to arid, sparsely vegetated landscape, along with some hillocks in the distance. This land still belongs to us, so it is used for agriculture, but not anymore. Now, being the last house itself is scary, and that too some 500-year-old mansion, but when I was younger in the 90s, our family used to visit the place every year in the winter. Summers are too hot and arid. And so did others in the family, my grandparents, 3 brothers and a sister, to have a reunion of sorts. I always enjoyed that place, being away from the hustle and bustle. But gradually the older generation passed away and our families became distant as we too started to grow up. Now the important part of the experience is the mansion. The property had 3 buildings, the mansion forming one side, a much recent building on the right making another perimeter, a cattle shed to the right making another perimeter, and lastly an entrance walled gate completed the perimeter with an open courtyard in the center. Now coming to the mansion, it had 10 rooms, huge ones with 30-foot, even more high ceilings, similar-sized rooms. 5 in each floor, along with the toilet and corridor leading up to the rooms. Now the room in concern is on the first floor. It's the last room when one comes up through the stairs. I'd always had a creepy feeling going into that room, be it day or night, but sometimes I had to go in because the house just always assured me that I would go in running and come out running too. On the walls there were old photographs, framed and particularly old, and one photo scared me most. It was of a girl in her teens, a black and white old photo. But the creepy thing being is that it always seemed to look at you no matter where you were in the room. The eyes seemed to move, and the photo felt alive. Now flash forward a few more years. In the summer of 2004, after my Class 10 board exams, I decided to visit the place alone. I had always gone there with my parents. The members staying there at the time were my grandfather in his late 70s, an unmarried uncle, and the longtime caretaker cook. Just 3 men in the property of over 20 rooms. Now coming to the rooms again, our building ended on both sides with round rooms. The one on the first floor was my grandfather's. The other was used as a guest room. The uncle, too, stayed on the first floor in another room. On the ground floor, the room was for the caretaker, and the others were kept locked. I don't know why. There was another room on the first floor that's kept underneath a lock, the room adjacent to the creepy room. I tried to peek inside of the locked room many times, but only could see the old furniture and stuff dumped into it. But I could swear the room wasn't empty of presence, as many a time I heard strange noises coming out of that room, from moving furniture to groans. I hated going to the first floor alone for as long as I can remember. Now again coming back, so I was left with 2 rooms only on the first floor. The other building had the kitchen and the living room. The other rooms were locked too. One other room that overlooked the vast expanse of barren land from the windows that started a few inches above the floor to about 10 feet high. And many a time I had witnessed odd things on the land that I couldn't fathom at that age. And there were rumors in the village that witches used to gather on these lands at night to perform dark magic. The fires I would see at night, I attributed them to witches, going by the legend. But it could have been, it was maybe a willow and will-o'-the-wisp. So I turned that room down as the fires were more etched into my memory, and with that, ended up staying in the creepy room. Not having gone there recently, most of the experience I had forgotten, so it wasn't a problem when I had been put up in the room. But the photo of the girl was still there, and had a similar chill run down my spine as before. But I was older and much more rational. I quickly put the thought away. In villages, nightfall means an end to the day, and most families would go to bed by 7:30 or 8. Ours was no exception. Uncle, who owned a pharmacy there, would return by 6:30 or 7, and we would have our dinner by 8. Then off to bed. The room had a 4-poster bed, which seemed as old as the house itself. There wasn't much furniture other than a table and an Almira, which had a huge lock on it. So I would get on the bed, but I couldn't sleep at the time, so I would spend my time reading. I love reading. Anything that I could get my hands on, too. But everything I would get immersed in, something would break my concentration. Can't put a finger to what exactly it was, but again it would take another 10 to 15 minutes before I could go back to reading. First couple of days went by very smoothly, except the reading part, and slowly I was falling into the early bed routine. I unconsciously started spending less and less time in the room apart from sleeping time. I would wander about the village, the moor-type landscape, taking the cattle to graze, but spend time in the house. Even the lazy afternoons were creepy, as I now think of it. But the things escalated after I started spending time away from that room. At night, I would hear weird noises coming from the adjacent locked room, which I always believed to be rats. But there was scratching sounds and the moving of furniture. Still, I didn't pay much heed. But after that, when I would put out the light and go to bed, weird feelings would grip me. Sorrow and despair would feel me out of nowhere. The weird part being the photo could be made out in the darkness. Thought I could even see the eyes fixed upon me. The bamboo forest behind the house didn't help either with the weird rustling and occasional hissing of snakes. But I would fall asleep. But I would be woken up each night unexpectedly. Don't know why, but at the same hour between 2 and 2:30 in the morning, this was a time before I had my cell phone, so a torch and an alarm clock would be the only source of time and light that I had. But when I wake up, I could swear that it was someone that was with me in this room. Sometimes even on the bed. If I was laying on a side, I would have this feeling that if I turn, I would see someone lying beside me. The hairs on your neck senses it, and I could never, not a single time, have the courage to turn and look. I seemed to get frozen wide awake. This happened a couple of days more, then it escalated one more bit. This time I was woken to that same feeling, but the tube light, the fluorescent light, would flicker even when the light was switched off. I couldn't tell anyone, as I didn't want to get ridiculed, but kept on going through the same stuff for almost a fortnight before finally leaving for my home. During the stay, I checked the tube light, and it was working fine the other times, but that period. I would lay there till dawn, broke each day before I could go to sleep again. I kept numb about my experience for almost a decade, before I told it to my girlfriend. Then during a family gathering, my girlfriend brought up the topic in front of my parents. They were taken back. It was then when I learned that I wasn't the only one feeling it. My mother's always felt it from when she was young. She would never go into that room hence. Later, my father too experienced the same, and we would always stay in the other round guest room. I also learned that day who the girl was in the photo. My grandfather had another sister who had died in her teens. In the 1950s due to cholera, and the room was hers, even the bed too. It was the same bed where she breathed her last breath. Haven't gone back to that house since. Not because of the encounter, but due to my life just taking me away from the city as a whole. Now I stay in a metropolitan city and could only dream of going back there, and seriously, I want to go back. To learn what the presence wanted to communicate, if not interact. But don't know whether my cynicism would help in the contact anymore, but would love to go back in general. Power structure of the otherworldly. So in my culture, Indonesia, there are two types of supernatural beings, Jurig and Sesupa. Jurig is an umbrella term for low-tier creatures. They usually don a sort of humanoid and monstrous form, such as a woman in white, shadows, or a scary little girl. You get the point. Many of them are more mischievous in nature and like to disturb humans. Their powers are usually very bottom-tier level, such as moving objects around, but they can't actually kill you. They can only scare you, but that is not to say that they aren't dangerous. Many of them like to lure humans to come with them to their world. Sesupa is an umbrella term for high-tier creatures. The word itself roughly translates to ancestors. They're more passive and don't like to interfere with humans unless it's necessary. They also keep all the Jurigs in line. When they show themselves to humans, they usually have fantastical forms, such as giant forms of animals, snake, white tigers, crows, giant ancient warriors. A hybrid between human and animal. Wise old lady, you know. They guard places such as mountains, forests, beaches, old abandoned places, or even individuals, sort of like guardian angels. Their powers far exceed that of a Jurig. They can manipulate reality. Imagine hugging and going around in circles for hours. Summon the Jurigs to haunt you, or in some instances, can even kill you. Essentially, there's a hierarchy in the supernatural world where Sesupa is the boss. Jurigs are their subordinates. Ever wonder why, for example, a person is haunted by a ghost, a jurig, in house, but when they move to house B from house A, the haunting stopped? That's because the Sesupa in house A won't allow the jurig to leave the house A to house B because they don't want to cause any trouble with the Sesupa in house B. I think the closest thing that I can see that sort of talks about this topic is the Insidious movie franchise. Think I met the Grim Reaper. So this happened a few years ago, and I still couldn't explain it. I have my fair share with the supernatural, but this one takes the cake. I'm a college student who's living alone in my small apartment. One night I was awoken by the sound, and I looked to the side of the bed. There's this figure watching me. If I have to describe what it looks like a silhouette of a hooded man. It's not black, but rather there's an absence of color where its body should be, if that makes any sense. Like lights just curve around it. I was shitting myself, to say the least, upon seeing it, but then it talks. But what's more scary than its deep voice is that it talks in Arabic. I'm from Asia, and only know a few words in Arabic, such as thank you and how are you. But despite that, I understand what it was saying. I remember thinking to myself, how can I understand a language that I don't speak very clearly? What it was essentially saying was that there is someone who wants to meet me. And from behind the figure emerged a 20-something-year-old woman wearing a flower-patterned dress. She looked at me. She smiled, the most sincere smile that I'd ever seen. She talked to me, this time using my mother tongue, and told me to take care of my mother and my family, basically giving me advice to be good all the while this hooded figure was just standing behind her. After she said her piece, she walked toward the figure, turned her back on me, and faded away. Then the figure was about to do the same. It turned its back, but before it faded, it laughed with this huge, bassy voice and said, in Arabic, which I still can understand, "Don't do anything stupid." Then it faded away too. After the encounter, I guess I passed out. The next thing I know is that I woke up and it's already morning. My mom called me, letting me know that my great aunt had passed away. On her funeral, I saw a photograph of her when she was still young, and who guessed it? She was wearing a flower-patterned dress in the picture.
Story number 5. A Blue Being. I was 22 and very spiritual at this time. I'd recently met a shaman by chance who helped me with my anxiety and sleep paralysis. He also taught me how to meditate, so I started really getting into meditation. One night I was meditating for hours, listening to Kid Cudi and smoking a little. I was really focusing on my fear of death. Every breath I released felt like I was a little bit closer to something. Hours went by until the meditation brought me so much euphoria that I knew that if I released that breath, I would die. Sounds crazy, but if you know that feeling that meditation can bring, specifically in your head and spine, you can probably relate. So I did. I released it. I put my trust in God and the universe. I was like, okay, if this kills me, I'm good. They got me. Obviously, I didn't physically die, but I felt great. Like a new person, so light and at peace. It was almost 5 in the morning, meditating all night. So I went to bed, and I don't know how long I was sleeping, but when I woke up, it was still dark outside, and Kid Cootie's song, Embrace the Mountains, was playing. It was playing everywhere in my head and all around the room. I sat up, and standing right next to me, right through my bed, was a giant blue being. She was completely blue, skin, eyes, hair, all the same color blue. Her hair was in locks and floated up above her head. She didn't say anything. She stared into my eyes. No facial expression. She actually looked kind of frightening, but I knew in my heart it was okay. So I rolled over and went back to sleep. Never seen her again, but the experience touched my soul. I'll never forget it, because I know it was real and purposeful. Every once in a while, I still search through old literature, Hindu art, Egyptian art, ancient aliens, anything I can for a clue on who she was. I haven't been able to figure it out. Has anyone else seen her? Story number 6. The Loud Bang. 10 months ago, my friends and I went ghost hunting at an alleged haunted hotel. We were hoping to get a few good stuff on camera and a digital recorder. Little did we know we would get much more. We decided to do an EVP session in a room belonging to a prostitute that lived there in the early 1900s. Nothing extraordinary happened there. We got a few faint voices on a digital recorder, but it could have just been nothing but white noise. We were getting bored when suddenly I received a phone call from my wife back at home. She claimed to have heard loud banging on our window outside her bedroom. At the time, I truly believed that the entity we were trying to contact was responsible. By some supernatural force, the spirit of the prostitute traveled all the way to my house and pounded on my window. I recorded this entire event on camera, too. Months later, I returned to my rational thinking, believing it was just sheer coincidence and it was probably some bird that ran into my window. However, just last night while searching YouTube, I came across a channel belonging to a paranormal group from Chicago. Years before my experience there, they did a paranormal investigation at that same haunted hotel. While in the same room belonging to the prostitute, they claimed to hear loud banging on the window. This has to be more than just a coincidence. I truly think I came into contact with an intelligent spirit there that can manifest as a bird or something that's capable of pounding on windows.
There's something evil about this city. Anderson, Indiana. There's something evil about this city. Just ask any person that visits Anderson, Indiana. There are numerous haunted locations in the city, and the people that live here, well, they are odd. There are spiritual doorways all over the city, if you believe in that kind of thing. The story may be far-fetched to some, but for others, you may find it rather intriguing. It's going to be difficult for me to piece this together, but I'm going to do my best. I will always cite my sources for you so you can see where I got my info from. I'm going to touch on a brief history of this city and my personal experience. Anderson, a city located just north of Indianapolis, is considered to be the capital of spiritualists movements, which followers dive into the occult practices. Just outside city limits lies a large compound called Camp Chesterfield. At this location, they would perform seances and rituals to contact the dead. Ironically, Camp Chesterfield is located right next to Native American sacred ground. 10,000 years ago, Native Americans declared the land that is now Anderson, Indiana, to be holy ground, and they created religious earthworks, approximately 2,000 years old. They deemed the site too sacred to actually live upon. They would only visit in large gatherings. They would sacrifice their young here to appease the spirits. While doing these rituals, I believe they opened up doorways to another dimension. For thousands of years, the natives would see otherworldly beings at these earthworks. These doorways to the other world would be left open. Thousands of years later, the white settlers moved in and lived on these religious sites, and I believe these spirits are fully awake. The spiritists moved in the area, and I believe that they've reopened these doorways and have anchored these ancient spirits. Presently, Anderson is a hotbed for spiritists, witches, necromancers, and wizards. They are now the conduits of this evil energy and are under demonic influence. End quote. Presently, one such location, just a stone's throw away, is declared one of the most haunted locations in Anderson. The Cry Baby Bridge, located on a country, has a dark history. Legend has it a mother threw her baby off the bridge there, and you can hear the cries of this supposed quote-unquote ghost baby. That being said, there's also an abandoned cemetery that's located right next to the bridge where the Satanists performed satanic rituals, allegedly. Currently, this location is a hotspot for ghost hunters and thrill seekers. My cousin and I decided to travel here one night and attempted to contact the spirits there. Well, they were sort of chased, followed by a man in a white truck. He tried to run us over and attempted to run us off the road. We caught this all on film here. We also highlight the history of this bridge. I believe this haunted bridge is one of the spiritual doorways to another world. The locals here in Anderson do not want visitors visiting these places. Visitors have been chased off and even have been threatened with physical violence. My guardian angel? A few years ago, I was out drinking with a friend. Long story short, afterwards I traveled back via train late in the night because there was a train station only 1 kilometer down from my house. About 400 meters into my walk home, there were 3 guys looking for trouble. Their faces were half covered with shirts and pieces of clothing. They were shouting out, "Where are you from?" Mind you, I was a bit tipsy and in no mood for looking for any sort of trouble. I continued to walk toward them with the mindset that if they wanted a fist fight, then I'll fight them back, or at least try to. One of them shouted, "Get him! Stab the cunt!" Excuse my language. And they all ran towards me, yielding what looked to be some sharp weapons. Steel poles, sticks, knives, couldn't quite tell. But I wasn't ready to find out, so I sprinted 500 meters through a dark field toward my house. I could hear one, I assumed one, of the guys keeping up with me as I slowed down. The others I assumed were far and couldn't keep up. The adrenaline pushed me for a bit, even while under the influence of alcohol. Near the end of my sprint, I was dragging myself slightly uphill toward some light. Just over that hill was an open road with a roundabout where it was lit up with streetlights. I thought this would be safer to have a face-off with this guy chasing me who was right behind me. Onto the road and to the roundabout I went. But out of nowhere there was a random girl on the other side of this roundabout, just standing there calling out to me, "Keep running, this is your life, go, go!" Her voice had tones of desperation and hope. She made me think, yeah, I could die tonight. I hesitated because I didn't expect her. It was so random. Also, because I didn't want her to get hurt, so I turned around to face the guy chasing me. We made eye contact. At this point, I could see what he was holding, as the road lights were helping me to see. I could only see his eyes. He had this look of hesitation which spoke. This guy's not what I imagined him to look like. Should I stab him? He held up what seemed to be a sharpened piece of wood and thrusted it towards me. I caught his forearm, which stopped any contact. We both tired from sprinting that 500 meters and awkwardly had our guards up. Again, this girl yells out, "Run! Now! Go! Go!" So I turned around and ran. But only for about 5 meters because I thought, wait, what about you? I thought the guy might go up to her and stab her, so I turned back around. When I did, to my surprise, she was gone. The guy was just standing there looking at me. He started walking back, exhausted but swiftly, the same way he chased me. This road was lit up, so I had a good view of all directions. I watched the guy leave the scene, but I had no idea where the random girl went. She couldn't have run anywhere in a few seconds and be gone from the scene completely. It was quite open, well lit. It was as if she had disappeared. I've always found it strange that she was by herself late at night and instantly told me to run for my life as soon as I appeared over the hill onto that road. Especially since she'd be making herself a target by yelling that. It was as if she was expecting me. It was as if only I could see and hear her. To be honest, when I think about it, I don't think I would have run if she hadn't told me to. I would have given up out of exhaustion and tried to fight the guy trying to stab me. I could have turned out pretty bad. Who knows? All I know is that I don't know who or what she was, but I listened to her and I got home safely. Maybe she was my guardian angel. I think my 15-month-old niece can see someone. I've moved into a new house, and I've been here for about 2 months. The house is about a year old and a fairly new estate. It's cute seeing my niece grow and learn new things every day here. She's even started to walk and become more responsive. Past few weeks, I've noticed that she's started staring at nothing, like an empty wall or corner of a room, laughing, then saying, "Hi," and then waving. I sometimes think that she just learned how to say hi and is just waving because she thinks it's fun. But when she does this, she keeps going back to the same area that she first said hi to, and laugh and wave again. It's a bit weird, but it doesn't scare me because everything seems harmless. Tonight, though, she pointed out to one of the photos on the shelf of my grandfather. I think she started to notice the details and everyday things that she's never really cared about before. My grandfather passed away back in 2006. He was a lovely, humble man. She was pointing to his photo and saying hi, so my mom got it down for her. She started kissing his photo and hugged it, which we all thought was so random but really cute. Then she walked away with it and put it in the corner that she normally stares into. Everyone was like, "Oh my God, oh, it's so cute." Meanwhile, I was there thinking, not sure if that's cute or kind of freaky, because of what I've seen her do. Though I do take comfort in knowing my grandfather was a good man. Maybe she was seeing my grandfather. Maybe he waves at her and she's responding back. Well, it better be him and not someone else because we can't afford to move again. My parents' UFO experience. Last weekend in Western New York. They live in Western New York, which is upstate, unrelated to the city. And they're really open to all kinds of supernatural stuff. My dad has reason to believe in aliens for reasons other than this encounter, but that's a story for later on. Might be a good time to add that my parents do not use drugs or alcohol, and they're very sharp as far as memory, cognizance, and intuition goes. I'm going to copy and paste a message my mom sent me about this experience, if that's okay. Just figured I'd put some feelers out there to see if anyone else has experienced something similar lately, or has an experience for them. Thanks for reading. And I quote, "Last weekend we were coming back from Jamestown. Me and Dad saw a frickin' UFO or something. Between Randolph and Steenburg, there was a huge, really, really bright light blinking off and on in the sky directly in front of us. And it was falling from the sky, except it was shooting directly downward. I thought it was a falling star at first, but after it blinked repeatedly, I thought, that's not a falling star. I even thought it might be a plane, but it was too bright and fast and going straight downward. Then all of a sudden, it was gone, like mid-sky. And I thought that it must have gone behind a hill or a mountain or in the trees. So right then I said, 'Did you see that?' Dad said, 'What the fuck was that?' He said he was thinking the same exact things that I did. And at that same time we both noticed there's no hills or mountains or trees. It was just cornfields and open space. Just disappeared. Next thing you know, it was directly behind us, mid-sky, and it shot directly upwards, back into the sky. I was looking out my rear view and it lit up the whole sky like an aura all around, but the brightness of it was still really bright white. Dad turned around watching it, and it started following us. We had that same eerie feeling we had when we saw the Bigfoot. Possible mimics in Denver and Venice, California. My boyfriend and I are travelers, and we live in our van. I'm from upstate New York, and he is from Manhattan. Me too. Not the Manhattan part. I've been living for pretty much like this for over 5 years now, and I've seen a lot. One of the best parts about this lifestyle is the people you get to meet from all walks of life, all over the world. Needless to say, we have a lot of exposure to different people. We aren't easily scared by strange behavior or differences. A lot of times we will camp in national forests, but there are also plenty of nights that we spend in Walmart parking lots and Home Depots, anywhere we can find with overnight street parking. The latter has brought us some sketchy areas where other homeless people camp in bum camps and all that kind of stuff, and obviously hardcore drug use in some of these areas is a real thing. With that being said, a few weeks ago we were kicking it in Denver and went downtown to the Rhino District, off of Larimar, I believe. And we were looking at murals and street art, taking pictures, generally just chilling. It was almost midnight, and we ended up in an alley behind an old Catholic church when we saw the feet and blankets of someone sleeping in a doorway. Now, as another person on the street, even though I don't live the exact same lifestyle as people who have to sleep in super public like that, I still empathize as much as possible and try to give them respect and privacy. Like, I don't grill them while they're laying there because I can imagine how uncomfortable and demeaning that would be to wake up to. So as we begin to pass this person, I keep it in the forefront of my mind not to stare, and I prepare myself that they might be asleep or they might be awake and looking at us, and not to get startled. This person was laying in a maybe 3-foot indent in front of an entrance to an old factory behind this Catholic church. No matter how I prepared, I tried to get myself. And no matter how much exposure I have to other people on the street, I couldn't help but get a surge of adrenaline and fear when we passed by this lady. As we got closer, I glanced over, and she was sitting up, slouched in the corner, looking right at us. To me, she looked like she could have been native or Hispanic. Her skin was a mix of brown and gray, and she had long, tangled black hair. But what I remembered most were her eyes. They were huge, bugged out, seemed like they were painfully strained, and you could see her lips pulled back to show her teeth effortlessly. She had a blank expression on her face the whole time that we walked by. I feel like this is a good place to mention that after spending time on the West Coast, you get crazy accustomed to tweakers and general meth antics. You can usually always tell when somebody has lost themselves to meth. And it's a special kind of crazy, but crazy all the same. You can feel when someone's lost themselves to this drug, and the decaying and neglect of their bodies is very apparent. With that being said, this woman did not give off druggy quote-unquote vibes. She didn't look ill and frail because of drug use, and she didn't seem to be fueled by drugs. She genuinely looked sick, like terminally ill type sick. The most fucked up part of this is what she said to us as we walked by, though. Shane was on my left side. My little husky was clipped to me in between us, and the lady was on the ground to my right, and as we passed by, I noticed she was making eye contact. I gave her a soft, gentle smile and looked down. Her a soft, gentle smile and looked down. I don't know what Shane did to her as far as facial expressions and acknowledgement goes, but as we started to pass her, she says in a soft, serious voice with no inflection at all, "What is it called when you don't believe in God anymore?" Shane quickly responded, "I think that's agnostic." And we just kept walking. As soon as we got out of earshot, I was like, "Shane, what the fuck? Why did you scare me so much?" He was like, "You're okay. It was just a homeless person. It's no big deal." I had a feeling she was going to scare you though, but it was okay. We kept walking down the alley. At this point, I let Boppy, my husky, off her clip and she could walk on her own, and she just followed behind us quietly. She never barked throughout the entire ordeal or acted scared at all. And she is losing her eyesight a bit, but I've seen it heighten her in other senses. And she knows when things are fucked, you could say, or if someone wants to hurt us and will bark to go into defense mode. She went through this whole encounter with nothing. We leave the alley and we're in front of these old apartment buildings that remind us of something that you'd see in New York or even New Orleans. Totally project looking, almost shotgun houses, and completely out of place for gentrified-ass Denver. We saw them as we drove by before this happened and instantly felt drawn to them because they were so out of place. There was a kid's jungle gym type thing, and they could kind of crawl on place on top of a bush in front of the house, which was distinct as fuck, but we didn't mention it until later. There was the haze of a flashing TV screen and someone screaming in one of the houses through the open door. And this was all across the street from the old, ominous Catholic church. It was just the dark alley, the lady, the creepy church, the foreign houses, the supposed presence of children, and the soft, hazy lighting from the streetlight above. That was such a mind fuck that we felt like we weren't even in Denver anymore. Or I hate to be this guy, but like we weren't even in 2020 anymore. Later on that night, we got back to the van. Shane told me that that woman actually terrified him, and that he knew I was scared, but had to act like everything was okay for me, so I didn't lose my shit. He He said it was just an unnatural sort of feeling, as I felt, and he doesn't really think that we saw a person. When he said that, I flipped out, because that's exactly what I thought too. It was unsettling how we both felt the same thing at the same time and didn't realize it until later on when we discussed the situation. And on to the Venice story. So last night we were sleeping in the van by the dog park near the boardwalk, and Shane was staying up doing some art stuff in the van. The way our van is set up is on the left side we have a big long window, and then the driver's side window uncovered. Shane heard someone's feet shuffling and dragging and was curious which tweaker was walking by. Looked out the window to see someone passing by, indeed. This was about 2 a.m., and he saw a lady wearing a black beach hat resting on top of her head, with really thin balding hair, and you could see her scalp underneath. She turned her head to the side and tried to look through the big side window, and it felt like she was seeing through the window, but not looking at anything in particular at the same time. Her eyes were really deep set and sunken in, and it seemed like she hadn't slept in a while. But she seemed too cognizant to be high. Her skin was pale white. She seemed to be in her 70s or so. She was really frail and was distressed to go to the beach. Which was strange, because it was so late at night, dark and chilly for Venice at nighttime. It felt like she wanted people to think she was going to the beach. She was talking to herself, but it wasn't audible. There was no human language that we'd ever heard. It sounded like radio tuning or something, like a strange frequency of radio tuning. She didn't notice him even though they were a few feet away from each other. She wasn't angry or anything like that. It just felt like she wasn't trying to deceive him. Or perhaps she was trying to deceive him. The craziest part is there's a plastic divider in between the two windows, and when she walked away from the big picture window, Shane could hear her footsteps, but she never passed by the front window. She didn't cross the street or go behind the van or anything. She walked straight, and he never saw her past that second window. I'm glad I wasn't awake for this shit, because I would have lost it. As soon as I woke up in the middle of that night and he told me what happened, I instantly got the chills. I'm from the Seneca Reservation, and this is my story with a supernatural white wolf or dog. Seneca Indian Reservation, Salamanca, New York, white dog wolf before 2003. I was 10 years old or younger when this took place. I had seen this being on 3 separate occasions over a span of a few months, I'd say. The first time I saw this dog, I was riding with my aunt. We passed a triangle fork in the road that split the road between ways. On the right side of the road was the base of a really large hill. Right at the tip of the triangle patch of grass, there was a white wolf or dog thing standing there, staring up at the mountain. My aunt and I saw it and commented on it, and she pulled over to the side of the road and told me to go get it. I laughed. I thought she was joking. She raised her voice to me and her eyes looked different to me. She told me, "Go get the dog." I was reluctant but didn't want to get into trouble. I figured it was safe if she told me to, and I go out of the car and slowly approach the dog. You would think a quote-unquote normal dog would turn around and stare at the car that stopped, listen to the door being opened, and either greet the person approaching him or run away, right? Well, this dog stood frozen in place, staring up at the hill. As I got closer, I saw that his fur was all white, and he looked like a short-haired husky, or a German shepherd, or a wolf, I suppose, for lack of a better word. His coat was short and dirty, and he didn't have a collar, or seem like a pet at all. He also didn't seem like a regular goofy or aggressive res dog that I'd seen my whole life growing up. One of the weirdest things about him was that he had this wild-looking animal look, but he didn't have a tail, not even a little stump like somebody clipped it. It was just smooth all the way down his tailbone. I walked right up into this dog. He didn't respond at all until I reached my hand out to pet him. I was about 2 inches from his body when he turned around, and I saw that he had one blue and one brown eye. He just wound up looking at each other, and then he walked off. I really felt like I was seeing something I wasn't supposed to. At the time, I just felt unnatural, and it was just didn't make sense. I got back to the car and my aunt didn't say anything to me the rest of the ride. To this day, she doesn't remember this event happening and won't even talk about it. The second time I saw this creature was long enough later that I'd forgotten about the initial encounter, more or less, if that makes sense. Probably a few months or so, I'd say. My house was about 2 or so miles from where I saw that dog, and I had the front bedroom on the second floor that faced the empty residential street that we lived on. And it was always lit up by streetlights. They had a TV in my room, and I remember staying up late watching it. Remember, I'm about 10 years old, so at that time. It was around 3 a.m. when I decided to shut it off and go to bed. For some reason, I looked out of the sheer curtains before I went to sleep, and that same exact dog, without a tail, was standing in the middle of the street in front of my house under a street light, and it was staring up at the road at a hill. He didn't look at me once or face my house once from what I remember, but it was that situation where I would walk away, lay down, close my eyes, then look back out and he's still there. This happened a few times, and eventually when I checked again, he left. This is a small neighborhood, and this dog did not belong to anybody there. He most definitely was not one of my neighbor's pets. I only saw this creature one final time, and I hate to say it was anticlimactic. There's another fork in the road about a mile from my house, and it's in the opposite direction. One day I was riding in my parents' car with them and my little brother on my way to my friend's house. He was just standing there on the sidewalk, behind the guardrail on a little hill. He looked at me as we drove past, and I yelled, "There he is, that's the dog that I told you about." And my parents were just like, "What dog? Darn, we didn't see him," and just carried on about their conversation like nothing happened. I never saw him again after this. I know most people will try to explain this away as a dream, but this happened on 3 separate occasions, and I can still remember feeling his presence in front of me, for lack of a better word. It still gives me literal chills to remember this whole situation. I don't recall if someone died shortly after these encounters. I'm not even sure if a white wolf dog is an omen for trouble, like owls are. And the Seneca and Iroquois in general don't necessarily have stories about skinwalkers, but a lot of our cosmology and tradition relied around stories of witches and them being shapeshifters. Not that I think that's what this is, but there was something so unnatural about that creature not having a tail and the color of his eyes. His eyes felt human, and like something more than a dog was looking at me. I have a husky mixed res dog now, and she has one brown eye and one that's half blue and half brown. She's my best friend and protector. I can't imagine life without her. It wasn't the abnormal color of this creature's eyes, but what laid behind them that really scared me. Story number 13. We saw Bigfoot. Back in 1989, I was with my boyfriend, Eddie, his best friend, my older sister, Angie, and about 6 other people. We had spent the entire day mudding in the Royal Palm mudflats in Royal Palm Beach, Florida, otherwise known as part of Palm Beach County. I grew up in West Palm Beach. I'd never seen anything like this before or since. After mudding all day, we decided to call it a night and leave. Almost everyone was gone by then, so we were all piled into Eddie's truck and left. Eddie saw a small mud hole and drove through it as one last hurrah for the night. We got stuck. That small hole was deceptive. When I say we got stuck, I mean we were stuck for hours. I was pregnant with my first, so I was steering as the other guys were pushing. That truck didn't budge. We had no choice but to wait until morning for someone to come and pull us out, as we were now on our own. At about 5 a.m., we decided that we should just relax and try to sleep until someone comes through. Eddie, I, and his bestie were in the front. My sister and the other 6, who were still friends with this pretty much to this day, piled into the back, started to settle down. We were still making noise when I heard a sound. It was a rumbling growl. I knew immediately that it was some type of animal. I told everyone to hush and listen. Then we all heard it. It was getting louder and more aggressive sounding. Eddie has a KC light behind his seat. He popped out, grabbed it, plugged it in, and lit the night up. That's when our world changed. 10 of us had our world rocked in a way that we never expected. This thing ducked down and moved. Everyone was starting to freak out because it was clearly there. But what was it? Then it got pissed. This thing stood straight up, let out a roar that I can still hear 31 years later. Leapt the large bush that it was standing behind and charged us. You could feel the earth literally shake with every running step that it took. It was easily 8 to 9 feet tall, and it was broad. It looked like an extremely large man with hair, not fur. It had hair and lots of it. The KC lit it up, and you could see the clumping of the hair. The smell was rotten and sour. Being pregnant, I was extremely sensitive to smells, and it was bad. We spent hours, we're talking 5+ hours, trying to push this truck out. They say that adrenaline, well, it just gives you super strength. And they're right. Eddie turned on his truck and started pushing on his door frame. His bestie leapt out of the side and did the same. My sister and the other 6 let out screams as they piled out, and then all you heard was this thing running and roaring. Everyone else was dead silent as they put everything they had into pushing this truck out. With a sucking pop that I can also still hear, we were out, and they were throwing themselves into the back of Eddie, and his bestie just jumped in and floored it. This is woods with tight turns, and we flew around those turns. It felt like the devil himself was chasing us. After we got out and onto the main road, we headed for a gas station to calm down and call our families. When we got there, we all got out, sat with our backs to the wall, and that was it. We never said a word to each other, just silence. I think we were too raw, scared, and in complete shock over what happened. This was lore. This wasn't real. They don't exist. Yet, there it was. After we all called our parents, we basically went home, one by one being dropped off. Not a word spoken. My sister and I didn't discuss this until about 5 years ago. We finally opened up about that night and have slowly talked to the others. 25 years after the fact, and every single one of us that have spoken about it have the same exact story and memory forever burned into their minds. It wasn't cool. It was scary. I think the reason we couldn't talk about it for so long was because our brains were in denial at first, and then we didn't know how to open up about it. Now I can look back and say, holy crap, we saw freaking Bigfoot. Story number 14. Something was banging on my closet. This happened when I was 11. We used to live in a small 3-bedroom apartment with my parents, and I thought I was lucky enough to have my own room, which I later realized was the worst thing that could ever happen. I used to have a king-size bed, which if you lay on your legs, you would be facing the closet, which would be like a meter away from your legs or several feet away. One day I went to bed because I had school next morning. This was about 9 p.m. But for some reason I decided to text my friend, so we started chatting, and all of a sudden I felt like there's a heavy tapping on my closet. I'm still not sure if it came from inside or outside the closet, and at the same moment 1,000 shivers went down my spine. But then it gets even weirder than before. For context, I'm a Muslim, and we generally believe in demons and all that stuff, and Islam has a totally different take, you could say, on demons. It's believed that God created demons as the natives of the earth before humans, that they were massive pricks who killed each other, so God created humans and replaced us with them. But that doesn't mean that they aren't there. It's believed that they're literally living around us, and they deal with basic human concepts like religion and family. So this is when it gets weird. I was sweating with fear, even though I was freezing, and the very loud tapping continued until a booming manly voice started reading passages and verses from the Quran, and the tapping stopped. For some reason I felt safe and secure but didn't peek outside my blanket, and it stayed like this till morning. Couldn't have been my dad because that isn't my dad's voice at all, and the tapping was coming from the direction of my legs, but the voice came from my right. Also, I want to add that we live in a small apartment, and everyone was awake besides my sister, so for only me to hear a voice that was extremely loud still confused me now. Nothing ever significant ever happened again in that room, but I never felt easy sleeping there. We moved out when I went to high school. Something is in the forests of Lake Tahoe. I've lived in Southern California my entire life. If you know anything about California, it's very diverse. Up north is filled with mountains and leaves, and the south is a lot more, well, city-like. This summer I decided to take a trip to the lake, Lake Tahoe. It's a beautiful place, my first time being upstate. I'm going to chop this story up into segments to make it an easy read. Day 1. I settled into the cabin at around 5 p.m. After an 8-hour drive, I was very tired. I went and laid down in bed that was in the loft. It was quiet. It was like being in a different world. I was so used to cars zooming by and people talking right outside my house. But it was quiet. I fell asleep fairly quickly. Around 4 hours into my sleep, I jerked up from my sleep. I looked around for a bit before hearing strange tapping. I looked around to see where it was coming from, but to no avail. It sounded like someone was tapping on the window part of the back door. I figured I was just paranoid, so I fell back asleep. Day 2. Nothing happened this day, and I slept fine. Day 3. I woke up early in the morning, maybe 4. I heard a crash coming from the attic ladder. That was placed conveniently right behind the couch I was sleeping on. I didn't move. I heard a few footsteps. You know that feeling you get when you feel someone staring at you? That's how I felt. I was on my side staring straight ahead. Suddenly I felt somebody or something crawl over me. I felt their 2 hands on either sides of me, and I knew their face was inches away from mine. Like I said, I was facing straight ahead, and I wasn't going to turn my face to see who it was. They stayed there for what felt like forever, until I felt them crawl backwards, and then off the couch. I heard the dog let out a muffled bark, in which someone shushed her, then let out a good girl. The presence stayed there for what felt like an eternity, till I heard footsteps going out the back door. Still, I didn't move. I was paralyzed with fear. Needless to say, I didn't go back to sleep. I checked on my friends a bit later, when I felt the coast was clear. None of them left their rooms that night. I told them my experience, and they said that I was being paranoid. I halfway agreed with them, and our day went on as planned. Day 3, later that day. After a day at the lake with my friends, we came back to a quiet and cozy cabin. The caretakers of the cabin told us that there was a river a bit farther back into the woods, about a 15-minute walk. My friends decided to stay back and rest, so I took some bug spray and a small backpack with snacks and my phone. It was a pretty straightforward trail. There was tall grass on either side of the trail. It was a thin path, but pretty easy to navigate. When I got to the riverbank, there were 2 picnic tables. I didn't want to get eaten by mosquitoes, but I stupidly wore sandals. I put my bag on the table and started my walk back to the cabin. For some odd reason, the path seemed distorted. What was once a straightforward trail was now covered in rough terrain. I noticed the tall grass on the side of the path had been disturbed. It was as if something huge, and I mean gigantic, had walked across the long grass. At first I thought maybe it was a bear, since the locals had told us that bears were a problem this time of year. But the sheer size of it made me second guess that. I was a bit taken aback by this. However, I continued and made it back to the cabin, then back to the river. I was a little frightened now. Kept telling myself I was just freaking myself out and I should enjoy the nature. I sat down at one of the tables and watched the river. After a while, I felt there was something staring at me. I looked around, assuming one of my friends was on their way to prank me, but there was no one. Across the river, I noticed a bit of brush that was shaken up. There was a clearing in the bushes. It was fenced off by 2 logs in an X shape. The longer I sat in that spot, the more worried I got. Couldn't help but feel like there's something behind the thick brush that I couldn't see. I went down the river, hoping to come across some kind of life, but nothing. No fish, no frogs, no roads, just mosquitoes, and a bunch of them at that. Disappointed with the lack of anything, really I went to sit back at the table. And that's when I heard it. It was a noise I can't really describe. It was a scream, but not really, but more like a gurgle. As if whatever it was had a mouth full of water. It was inhuman. I froze. In the moment, I should have been running for my life, but I just froze. I heard rustling in the bushes behind me, the ones I was worried about earlier. Then again, the scream. It was the loudest thing I have ever heard. Run! So I did. I sprinted my ass through the forest. What should have been a quick trip back to the cabin was anything but. About 10 minutes of sprinting, I noticed I was lost. I stopped for a few moments, frantic to see if I could find anything that looked familiar. I saw a bridge that I'd crossed on my way there, and I started sprinting again. Thought to myself, Why didn't that damn thing kill me? I had stopped for a good minute, but I could hear it chasing me. It was a fucking game for the damn thing. Every time I stopped, it would as well. I finally made it back to my cabin, and instead of going inside, I stood on the porch. I faced the forest, and I cried. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, but I knew it was still out there. I didn't want to turn my back to it, so I sat there for hours, silently crying, occasionally checking my phone, and, well, writing this. I don't know what the hell that thing was. The only thing I can even compare it to is a Wendigo. All I know is that I will not be going back to that river ever again. If you could please shed some insight on what or who might have been out there, I would more than appreciate it. These past 2 days have just been too weird not to be connected. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we unlock stories that'll haunt your thoughts. Subscribe and turn on notifications to be the first to explore our latest chilling tales. We hope you enjoy the paranormal adventure, The Devil in the Van. I was about 17 at the time, at my boyfriend's house, watching a movie. We both fell asleep. Not like today with the Netflix and chill, quote unquote. We actually fell dead asleep by the time that I woke up. It was almost 3 a.m. My curfew was officially blown. This was pre-cell phone, so I had no way to call home and explain myself. I just had to drive home and face the music. If I knew my mom, she would be waiting up for me. My boyfriend walked me out. It was chilly on the skin, which was still warm with the sleep. He kissed me goodbye and told me to drive safe. I grew up in a suburb in Northern California. Safety was never really an issue, and the way home was familiar and well lit. I got in my sweet S10 and started on my way. I was thankful that my dad had reminded to gas up before I went to my boyfriend's house, because I could get straight home without stopping. My dad was, and still is, very type A. He had been on my case lately because I was doing very poor vehicle maintenance. My tires recently had to be replaced because they were extremely worn and dangerous. My dad was mad that I didn't notice and was driving around when it was unsafe. Well, 17-year-old girl, sorry. So my penance was a lot of reminders about gas, oil changes, car washing, and the like. I was nervous and distracted because I knew I was in trouble. I just wanted to get home and get it over with. I got on the road between my house and my boyfriend's house, which ran east to west right through the city. I began to drive westbound home. I was about halfway up the long road when I stopped at a red light, just under an overpass. In my periphery, I saw a large van pull up next to me in the other lane. I wasn't really paying attention until I saw the driver gesticulating wildly to get my attention. I looked over at the man. I felt my stomach contract and go liquid all at once. His eyes predatory, but not in an earthly way, if that makes sense. He wasn't a bunt or a Kemper. He was more like one of those that whispered in those guys' ears and told them to do, what and how. His eyes were blue, but they made me feel black. He motioned for me to roll down my window. Everything told me no, don't do that. But a different part of my brain told me that it was very important that he realized that I know about him. So I saw, not felt, my hand reach for the window. I reached for the crank, saw the window go down. He smiled and it made me feel sick to my stomach. He said, "Glad I caught you. Your tire's flat. You should pull over and I can help you change it. Right up there, that gas station." Lost of light, so I can see what I'm doing. Lots of light. He offered a smile, but although it sounds trite, it didn't touch his eyes. It was like he was grinding his facial muscles into what he thought a smile should look like. No comfort there. Made my insides feel like cold jelly. I thought for a minute. Flat tire? I didn't even feel the car shimmy once. And then I remember that my tires are no more than 2 weeks old. He was trying to catch me all right, but not to help me with a tire. And the gas station that he's pointed out was well lit, but it was also closed. There was no attendant standing guard, just an empty station underneath lights. Anything could happen, even under the lights, especially with this man thing. I quickly said, "No, that's fine. I don't live far." Rolled up my window. I looked away, but then I could see him waving his arm at me again, and I could hear muffled yelling. I glanced over outside and my eyes, and I could see that he was angry, beyond angry. He was screaming at me, and spittle was flinging out of his mouth and landing on his windows. I could see him moving as to get out of the car, and I decided to just gun it. It was 3 a.m., and there were few cars, if any, at this point. I would welcome being pulled over by the cops. I scream out from under the overpass and up the street. I don't look back in the rear view. I'm too scared. Then headlights in my rear view, and honking. He's behind me. Instead of heading straight, I decided to turn left abruptly, taking an alternative route to my house. Also, my oldest brother lived that way, and worst case, I would just pull into his driveway and lay on the horn. Plus, don't want that thing to know the way I usually take home. My heart stopped as I saw the van behind me take the left too, no longer honking but still flashing the lights. I was on the precipice of hysteria when I saw my brother's house down the block. I pulled over in front of his driveway and started honking the horn. Damn the neighbors. The van pulled up behind me and stopped momentarily until the lights in my brother's living room went on. Then the van took off up the street, passed under the last visible streetlight, and disappeared into the dark. I stared at the dark place where the van vanished until I realized that my brother was shaking me. He's come around and opened my door to see if I was all right. He was yelling at me, asking what happened, if I was okay. Started to cry. I couldn't speak. He took me inside to call my parents. When my parents arrived, I told them about how I fell asleep, about how I was driving home and this man tried to make me pull over because he said I had a flat tire, how I got scared and took off up the street, and about how he chased me. I didn't tell them that I didn't think that he was a man at all, just something from a dark hole in reality somewhere pretending to be a man. And he knew I knew. He knew it as soon as I sped away against the red light. That's why he was so angry. I had their audacity to know. I've long since moved away from my hometown, but I still think about that night. I hope I never see another being like that again. Edit. Hey, some of you have some valid questions which I'll try to answer here. What did my parents say? Well, they were angry and scared. Mad I fell asleep and that I was on the road at 3, but relieved that I was okay. Even still, I got grounded. My mom never shied away from telling me all the ways in which the world is dangerous for women and girls. So all my life she's taught me to be smart and aware. I think she made me watch the Ted Bundy made-for-TV movie with Mark Harmon when I was like 10. She explained the whole way that even somebody who looks nice and normal, you still never trust them. Which kind of explains how I was able to think clearly enough to take the alternative route to my brother's. Honestly, he's my big brother. I just remember thinking if I got to his house, I would be safe. The not wanting the thing to follow me to my house was more like, separate to that, safety first. Sounds like fiction. Well, I'm comfortably into my 40s now. I guess maybe I've had a lot of time to put flowery words to my experience. Also, I'm a lawyer, so words are what I do. Believe it or don't, it happened. I know it. Some of you know it now, too. Although I do admit to being a big fan of Stephen King, and The Man in the Black Suit is one of my favorites. That story came out long after my experience, though. Also, the man thing in my story wasn't an overtly devilish-looking thing. Thank God I wasn't close enough to smell him, so I don't know about the sulfur. House sitting at Aunt's mansion. My aunt and uncle went out of town for 2 weeks for an anniversary or a vacation. They had a chocolate lab at the time named Lola. Instead of taking her to a kennel any time they would leave, which was pretty often, they would ask me to take care of Lola and house sit. It's a huge house, nearly 20,000 square feet, and it's in a very rich area and neighborhood. The home was actually designed custom by my uncle about 15 years before my experience. Since their neighbor down the street was robbed when they were on vacation, they wanted me to make sure that no one would try breaking in. Every time I would house or dog sit, I would have weird feelings, but I chalked it up to being alone in a huge house, because I'm used to a very small house that you can almost see everywhere from the living room. However, nothing that noticeable would happen. I would hear noises like creaks and bumps, but I logically concluded that it was just the house making noises. Or maybe an HVAC system. Or the water heater. So I never paid too close attention to it, even though at the time it was startling. This was for about 1 week, and a few long weekends here and there over a 9-month period. However, right after the holidays, they went on their 2-week vacation when all this happened. I would always stay over, just so I can let Lola out late at night before bed. And right when I woke up, I also would deter any possible break-ins. I had a system that would make it look like I'm there, or more than one person was there at least. I would routinely switch lights on and off upstairs on the main floor, basement, different bedrooms, and hallway lights. I would always keep track of which ones I had on, since I would choose 2 different ones every time I left. I was in a community college at the time too, and I had a big social life, so I would be in and out most of the day into the evening. The first few days the normal noises happened, but as they have in the past, put me on edge but didn't necessarily scare me. After the first few days, I started to notice some strange things. Certain lights I knew I left on were then turned off, and others on. To be honest, I thought I was just stressed out. It's a big house and it's not really a big deal, right? Until one night, I left almost every light on the main floor. Went out to pick some pizza up for dinner. When I came back to the house, every single light was then turned off. And since this was winter in northern Illinois, when I got back around 6, it had already been dark for over an hour. So no lights being on is very noticeable. This is when I started getting genuinely creeped out. I grabbed a baseball bat and searched everywhere in the house, down to even the safe rooms in the back of their closets to make sure that there was no intruder. Lola would follow me around the house, but I could tell by her body language and actions that she too was stressed. After searching the house and finding absolutely nothing, I watched TV, ate pizza, and then went to bed. I would always sleep in their sunroom on a lounge, because it was in a secluded corner of the house. I felt way too weird to sleep in any other of my cousins' beds, so I would always sleep in that sunroom. That night is when Lola started growling. She would look through the doorway. It was a glass door and a growl. I would try to get her to stop and see if she needed anything, but she never did. The preceding few nights, Lola's behavior changed. She was very anxious, and at about night 5 in a 2-week stay, I started hearing footsteps. Lola would of course growl or bark when she heard this. I went straight to thinking that it was an intruder and searched the whole house again. Nothing. Wanted to call the cops, but I didn't want any word to come back to my aunt, my uncle, because they would have to pay a ton of money to do this for them while they were away. And, as a broke college student, I would do just about anything. This continued to the next few nights, and the footsteps went from 1 footstep, second, 5 seconds worth. With a couple nights remaining, activity started to escalate. More noises than usual, including footsteps. They all culminated on the very last night. I came back from classes around 7 p.m. and it was pitch black outside. I walked in from the side door over pristine white tile, and weirdly, Lola did not greet me at the door like she always does. I went to look for her. She was shaking in her dog bed. I had a super eerie feeling and I just wanted to leave. I was just going to take Lola back home with me and drop her off the next morning before my aunt and uncle returned. However, before leaving, I had to go downstairs to feed their cat and change its litter box. The cat always stayed down there because Lola would scare the crap out of the poor thing. They have a baby gate with a white wire mesh in the middle separating the upstairs and downstairs at a landing halfway down the stairs. While cleaning the litter box, I hear the baby gate fall and distinctly hear the sound of the mesh rattling back and forth. If you've ever had one of these gates, I'm sure you know the sound that I'm talking about. My heart felt like it sank to my stomach. I was filled with dread. At this time, I hear loud footsteps upstairs and then hear Lola bark and run. And that's when I just called it and was out of there. I headed upstairs, and when I got to the baby gate, it was still standing up against the wall, but definitely not where I left it. I got Lola and I went towards the mudroom where the white tile is that I walked through when coming in the house from the side door, and the first thing I noticed was muddy boot prints. It was something that you couldn't miss because it was 1.5-inch thick mud clumps in the shape of huge boots, far bigger than my size 12 gym shoes. These boot prints were coming from the garage entrance to this room, not the side entrance. Added to this, it was January, and well below freezing with a few inches of snow on the ground. There was no mud anywhere. Everything was covered in snow. I freaked out. Since they were coming back the next day, I cleaned up the footprints, got Lola, and left. I didn't check the house, and I didn't call the police. Looking back, I know I should have, but I didn't want my aunt and uncle to think that I was crazy. Never let me house sit again, and I'd lose all that money. Nothing was missing when they came home. They both claimed to have not had any experiences. I only know this because years after this happened, I didn't watch their house since that time and brought this up over a family dinner. My cousins both have had experiences. One said she saw figures at the end of the long hallway leading to a room. The other said she woke up a few times to dozens of people standing around her bed and then breaking her lamp by slamming it into the wall. My uncle thought she was acting out because she was a young teenager at the time, but she swears up and down that it was people standing around her that did it. Meditation and the Paranormal. A couple of years ago, I met this guy in one of my college courses who said he could quote-unquote read people and see quote-unquote auras. He was a friendly guy, and I'm generally curious, so I would hang out and talk with him between our classes. I started doing some meditation sessions led by him. Nothing intense, just very basic meditation techniques. However, I seemed to be unnatural, as he said. Things like focusing on my third eye instinctually, meditation sessions lasting near to an hour, but only felt like 10-minute tops. He started saying that you can do a lot more while meditating. Naturally, I was curious. So one night after a long meditation session, I was beginning to ground myself. Before coming back, I just thought to myself, if this stuff actually works, send him some kind of message. Fast forward to the next day. I meet him between classes as normal. Totally forgot what I did the night before, because I thought really nothing would happen anyway. But first thing he said to me was, I had some really weird dreams last night. I was in the middle of a dream and all I heard was your voice calling to me, and all I said was hello. I was stunned and I didn't really know what to say, because the time he woke from his dream was the same time I finished my meditation session at 1 a.m. This didn't really creep me out, I just really thought it was a coincidence, because I was and still am skeptical about the paranormal. However, what did creep me out is what began happening after this. I started hearing voices while meditating. Weird feelings of being drawn towards these noises and voices. Then things began to escalate. I began experiencing paranormal activity. This would be a whole other huge story. This did really creep me out, and I decided to stop meditating altogether. Then a couple of weeks after ending my meditation sessions, all paranormal activity stopped. I woke up to my husband's abnormal grinning in the middle of the night. It didn't feel like a dream. So one evening, I, a 28-year-old female, was woken up by my husband moving against me. Now, he sometimes does this in his sleep, or sometimes if he wakes up a bit hot and heavy, he'll move to gently wake me up in the morning in a sexy way. It was still dark out. I sleep with the blinds open, and it was still dark in the room, so I knew it wasn't morning yet, and I was tired. I shrugged him off a few times, and then when he kept at it, I told him that I was tired and rolled over to look at him. When I rolled over, he had this grin that stretched across his face in a really abnormal way. I freaked out and tried shuffling away, but he pulled me closer and laid my head on his chest in a comforting manner. But the obliviousness, or obviously, with this, just freaked me out. I didn't feel like that. He then just made 3 little shushing noises, which he'd done before, and stroked my hair. I was convinced it wasn't him, but I didn't want to look at his face again. I was so scared. It seemed like I stared at that wall in front of our bed for ages before, I guess, falling asleep again. When I woke up in the morning, I told him about this and asked if he did all that. He said no, it was a dream, and he did notice me getting restless in my sleep and making huffy noises, as though I was crying but without the tears, so he moved closer and tried to comfort me. It just felt so real and oddly scary. I had a hard time believing it was a dream. His grin, just not possible and very menacing. Felt like it was this fake version of my husband doing things he would normally do. It just felt wrong. And I woke up, and I was dreaming wrong, but I really feel as though it happened. The third tunnel at the DMZ is haunted. 2018, I went on a semester abroad in Korea, and one of our weekend trips was to visit the demilitarized zone, the DMZ, between North and South Korea. I wanted to go because I thought it was important for me to understand the place. I was in better than just a short academic visitation, too. We drove up in a tour bus and spent almost the whole day going there, being there and coming back. Visiting the actual border of the DMZ wasn't that unnerving. The folks stationed there were very nice, and even though they warned us to mind our P's and Q's, I was still at a relative ease. I knew I had to be very respectful of this space, and tried not to goof off around or take pictures of too many things. It was really educational and enlightening. Here's where the weird stuff begins. We got back on the bus, drove up the road, and we were invited to walk down the actual excavated third tunnel under the DMZ. There were virtually no animals anywhere around, no birds, no bugs, no wildlife at all. The area is like a grassland with some trees, so I expected there to be some birds or squirrels or even mosquitoes since it was going into spring. But there was literally nothing except the people who worked there and our tour group. They started to make me uncomfortable because even at the actual border there were some pigeons and crows. It immediately had my hackles up. There was supposed to be a shuttle that goes all the way down to the armistice clock, but it was being repaired, so we had to walk. The further we walked down the tunnel, I felt like I was walking through rising water. It started at my ankles, then up to my knees, my waist, and by the time we got close to the armistice clock, I felt like it was all the way up to my neck. I started walking on the balls of my feet with my chin up on reflex because I had the physical sensation that I was trying to wade through neck-deep water. I didn't notice until my friend asked me why I was walking funny. When I walked normal, I felt the water was over my head and I couldn't breathe. When I got to the armistice clock, I felt dizzy. My vision was getting spotty and I wanted to turn back. I couldn't move my feet from where I was standing. It felt like something was pushing at my chest, and all of a sudden it felt like I wasn't myself. It felt like I was someone else. I looked down and felt like I was wearing the wrong clothes. I remember thinking, I'm out of my uniform. I kept trying to push the thoughts away and leave, but I couldn't move. I felt frozen. I was staring at the wall behind the clock. A wall that was supposed to be a barrier to keep people from using the tunnel to move between the north and the south. Even though I couldn't actually see anything but the wall, my brain felt like I was looking at a woman and her son. I don't know how to describe it. I guess it's like you're not looking at something, but your brain is receiving some information, telling you that you are. I felt like I knew them. And the longer I stood there, the more people I thought were there. I remember thinking, there's 12 of them. I kept stepping closer and closer until one of my friends asked me what I was doing. I didn't even realize I was moving from where I was originally standing, which was about 3 or 4 feet back from the clock. I couldn't snap out of it until my other friend tapped my shoulder and said that we have to go back up and get to the bus. Then I turned around, looked at my friend, and I didn't recognize her. When I turned around to leave, I remember hearing the woman say, "Wait, where are you going?" When I kept walking, I heard her say, "Please don't leave us down here." I wanted to cry. I didn't start feeling like myself until I got back on the bus and dropped off my backpack and stopped at the gift shop before we went back to campus. Apparently, I looked terrified. The cashier asked me if I was okay, and when I said I was, she kind of gave me a funny look. I eventually got over it until my friend went to Korea on a semester abroad last fall. They went to the DMZ again, and I asked him if anything weird happened. He told me that he felt the feeling of rising water, and even the weirdest out-of-body feeling at the end of the tunnel. The tunnel doesn't end, you're just past the border, but the end that we stopped at was the clock in the wall. If you go further, like right to the wall, you get in huge trouble, and I wasn't going to risk that after already feeling strange. He told me that there was this film that they watched after the tunnel that documented its history, like when the tunnel was completely flooded to keep people from using it to move between countries. I missed the film because it took me forever to get up the ramp for some reason. I mean, I knew I was out of shape, but I felt like I got hit by a freight train for some reason, so I walked around the museum looking at some photos of the Peace Talk complex construction and the different complexes that are around the DMC, like the housing for people stationed there, and for workers at the Kaesong Industrial Complex, which has been decommissioned for a long time now. When I was 7, I was friends with the spirit. So to start here, it's a little somewhat necessary for background information about me. I'm currently 16 and living with my mother and my stepdad. When I was 6, my parents divorced. My parents had shared custody. I would visit my dad on weekends, once in a while. So a while after they divorced, my dad started seeing this woman named Sarah, who was a teacher. Cute side note, I refused to call her anything but Miss Sarah because she was a teacher. Sometimes when I went for my dad on weekends, he would bring me over there to visit, and like 2 times I stayed the night. So my very first time that I went there and stayed the night, we arrived and my dad and her were inside talking. They had me go outside to this little playground out back, where they could see me through the kitchen window. So I went out there with my little blue ball and played pass with myself by throwing the ball in the air and catching it. After a few minutes, this other little boy about my age came over and asked to play pass. I said, okay. We tossed the ball back and forth. I introduced myself. Hi, I'm Marshall. When I asked his name, he said, and I quote, "Hi, Marshall, I drowned." Now, me being my 7-year-old self didn't understand exactly what that meant, and I said, cool, and we continued to play pass. After a few, I was called back in for dinner, so I said bye and ran in. Fast forward to the next day. I ended up being sent back outside where I met my friend again. I asked if he wanted to play pass some more, but instead he wanted to show me something cool. So my dumb younger self followed him away from the playground into the woods nearby and to this little body of water. I asked why he was showing me this, but he just giggled, and before I could do anything, my dad started yelling for me. So I ran back, and it was time to leave. Now, after I got home and everything, my mom asked how the weekend was. I said everything was fun, and I met a new friend. She was psyched that I made friends there already and asked him his name, which I told her the obvious. I don't know. He didn't tell me. But Mommy, what does drowned mean? Obviously I was 7, so she didn't explain it and told me never mind or something, but years later when I was 11 or 12, I remembered the weekend and asked her if she remembered it too. She told me that after I told her what I did, she called Miss Sarah and asked her about it. Miss Sarah told her that there weren't any kids allowed to be living there because of some freak accident. My mom researched it and found out that little boy drowned himself. So, I was friends with a dead boy. Haunted boarding school. I was 16 years old and already at boarding school for roughly 5 years. My boarding school was situated in a building that was originally used as a convent for priests and also used as a graveyard in the Middle Ages. It's now been around for around 170 years as a school, going through 2 world wars during which it was used as a field hospital by the German army. Now, the thing you should know about the boarding school is that it was located in 2 large buildings separated by a large playground. The boarding school itself was located on the top floor of each building, separated by 3 floors to reach the ground floor. I didn't have good grades that year, and I was moved over to the other building of the boarding school, but the junior years to be under stricter routine and longer study hours. We always had about 1 hour and 15 minutes every evening to relax and spend time with friends after studying. After that, there is a large basement with a small TV and a bar and a gigantic room with pool tables and kicker tables. The thing about this gigantic room was that it only had a single light switch, and it was connected to the school's theater and dancing room, of which the doors are always locked. Its lights always closed. Besides that, there was also a door that was always locked and supposedly connected the two buildings on the school's premises with a tunnel. Now that evening I went down to the basement directly after studying, taking along my phone charger. It was a pretty uneventful night, and at the end of it I went up the stairs going 3 floors, finally reaching my room. All of a sudden I realized that I forgot my charger in the basement, ran up to the supervisor who gave me the keys so I could go down to the basement. Once I was descending this 3 floors, reaching the basement, I started to get this eerie feeling of being watched. The feeling got even worse once I realized that if I would scream, nobody would hear me, as there were 3 empty floors between myself and the boarding school. Once I reached the basement level, I was calm again, unlocking the first door and opening the second one. As I slowly opened the second door, it felt as if the darkness of the gigantic room was extremely thick, as if it would swallow me. I know it sounds weird, but that's how it felt. Switched on the lights and started making my way past the ping pong tables toward the back of the gigantic room, roughly 30 meters away from the door and the only light switch. As I made my way to the back, I was suddenly taken back by the massive sense of danger and terror. I felt as if I was being ambushed or led into a trap. My heart rate skyrocketed. I quickly turned around and sped walked back up the door when suddenly all the ping pong tables were making extremely loud noises, as if the people were slamming on them with their fists to stir up a fight. I started sprinting to the door and feared that someone might switch off the lights or close the door on me. While I was getting closer to the door, the noise got louder and louder. Once I finally reached it, I switched off the light and slammed the door shut, and as quickly as the door shut, the noise stopped. I quickly locked the door and ran up as fast as I could, as if the light was dependent on it, no pun intended, crashing into one of the supervisors making his way home at the end of the night. He asked me what was going on, as I was pale, sweaty, and shaking, when I told him what I experienced. Instead of trying to rationalize what happened, the first thing he said is that he experienced some scary things as well when he had to lock up the basement alone. He also told me to check with another supervisor to make sure nobody was down there. The other supervisor and I went down to the basement again and stopped at the locked door, trying to hear if someone was down there or if any student was messing around. We listened quietly and heard someone walking around. As soon as we opened the door, the noise stopped, and we opened the lights, but nobody was there. Nevertheless, the back doors of the dancing room and theater were wide open. To this day, I get chills thinking about this experience. Nobody could have been down there with me without me noticing it, nor can I explain away the slamming noises coming from the pool tables. It's an experience that never left me, and although I try to rationalize it, it's haunting me in a way. What could it have been? What am I wondering now? When I was a little kid, my parents moved into a haunted house. When I was just a kid, my parents moved into a larger house to start a family. I had an older sister who was around 17 at the time, along with my mom and dad. There were 4 of us total. My parents decided on a white farmhouse out in the country with an old decrepit barn and a few outbuildings on a large plot of land that we now owned. I remember having really bad night terrors about a tall man made of shadows. One nightmare I still remember vividly, after 12 years, was that my room was on fire, and I was sat in the corner of my bedroom crying as the tall shadow man stood over me and watched me. Spooky, right? Well, my father used to work the midnight shift for a prison about 20 minutes away from our house. And one night my mother woke up because she heard my dad come back home right after he left for work. So probably sometime after midnight. He walked down the hallway towards me and my mom's room. My rooms were right across from each other at the other end of the long hallway. And then stop outside her open door. She claims that she called out to him, but he didn't respond, and that she couldn't see him despite having the door open and my nightlight shining out from my room towards the hallway. When my mom asked my dad about it the next day, he said that he never came back home. My mother also claims that she's heard footsteps when no one else is home. She was a stay-at-home mother. My sister and I went to school. That she has felt the bad move after Dad left for work. I've had a lot of vivid nightmares at that house, but I don't remember a lot of them, and they stopped happening as I got older. My dad still feels bad about not being able to protect us from the evil ghost, and tells me that he used to walk into my room and start pleading with an unseen force to leave his family alone. I loved living in that house, though, and I was sad when we moved away. Looking back, a lot of weird things happened at that house, but I never really cared. I was more interested in playing with my little sister. Had a lot of nightmares and deja vu along with both of my parents. I've never asked my older sister about it, but maybe I should. I don't know. For a period of time, every night, my mattress would shake as if someone were under the bed, jabbing at it in different places. I could hear the sound of the mattress being tapped, and I could feel the bed shake slightly. I was wide awake when it happened. I used to sleep in a room that my grandfather used before he passed away. He moved into my house the last 2 years of his life because he was left alone after my grandmother passed away and needed help being taken care of. Before that, I slept in a garage converted to a room, but we ended up needing the place for storage. After my grandfather passed and his room was available, I moved into his room. When the bed shaking first started happening, I took my mattress off and flipped the bed over, thinking that rodents had somehow got inside the mattress and I was feeling them run around inside of it. That's somewhat what it sounded like, but light but rapid tapping of the mattress at many different spots underneath me. I inspected every inch of the bed and mattress but found nothing on the floor either, no trace of any animal. It would always start happening when I had shut off the lights, and as soon as I sat up in bed it would stop. When I'd lay back down, it would start up again after a minute or two. It got to the point where it would wake me up after falling asleep. I ended up being very sleep deprived for as long as it lasted. This went on for about 3 months. After the first month, I got rid of my mattress and bought a new one, but the problem persisted. Sometimes out of frustration, I would slam my fist into the mattress in hopes that if there were mice or some type of living creature that somehow had gotten into my mattress, that hitting the bed very hard a few times would maybe make it stop, but it wouldn't stop. I would also place my hand between my body and the mattress to check to see if I was having some type of muscle spasm at different parts of my body. No spasms. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what was causing it. When I would sleep on the sofa in the living room, I didn't experience the issue, but the sofa just wasn't comfortable to sleep on, and I would only sleep in there on occasion where I was so exhausted from sleep deprivation that I was able to fall asleep while being uncomfortable. It got to the point where I was afraid to go to sleep. I was a grown man who doesn't believe in the paranormal, but I was afraid for whatever reason. I guess it's because it's so bizarre and I couldn't find an explanation after all this time spent trying to figure it out. At one point I went out of town with my brother and stayed with my aunt for the weekend, and it was really refreshing. The bed didn't shake and I slept very well. I talked to my brother and told him the issue I was having at home, but he never had any issues like what I was experiencing. It changed from just an annoying occurrence into something that was scary after I stayed the weekend at my aunt's. Normally when I would sit up in bed it would stop, but it changed to where it would keep going after I sat up. And I could really feel the bed shake and I could hear the bed creaking as it shook. Below my bed was just an empty space. The floor was about 6 inches below the bottom of the bed. Then one day it just stopped. Never felt anything out of the ordinary, just after one random day that it stopped. But for weeks after, I was still afraid when I went to bed. This happened several years ago and I still sleep in the same room. I'm wondering if anybody else has had or heard anything like this happening, or to somebody else. I am 100% certain that it wasn't my imagination. I clearly felt it and heard it for a period of weeks every single night, and I was wide awake when it happened. It's so weird when I think about it. I took a very scientific approach to try to understand what was happening, but came up empty in finding an explanation. Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum, Las Vegas. I went to the Haunted Museum with my girlfriend on December 6th of 2020. I want to start off by saying I have a very strong intuition with energy. I experienced many things at the tour. I saw a shadow figure when I thought it was a worker. I saw an apparition of a pale-looking lady wearing a black witch hat and some kind of witch robe. I'm a male, and when I was using the restroom, my hair slicked back with gel. I felt my hair lift up almost into a mini ponytail. My main highlight would be that I was in a room, and I can't remember which one, but while the host was talking, I felt a little hand hold my hand. I'm very intuitive, and I immediately felt and knew it was a little girl. I instantly felt really sad for her. I felt so much sympathy for this little girl. I felt as if she needed help or something. I told my girlfriend that I feel like there's a little girl with us, and I told her that she wasn't evil and she really wasn't good either. In all honesty, I'm thinking that this little girl isn't evil, but she has to be a little bit crazy to be able to be in that house, if that makes sense. Anyways, this part is important to remember. After I felt the little girl let go of my hand, in a different room she tugged on my pants 4 different times. It was my right calf, at the exact same spot every time. This happened in the mirror room. The second time in another room, and the third and fourth time was within seconds of each other. There's a room where a worker dressed as a clown had to tell us stories and whatnot. At the end, he asks, "Are there any questions?" I asked him if he ever felt tugging at the pants. He stops and emphasizes that it's very common in the museum for people to fear their pants being tugged and pulled. He said word for word, "There's a little girl here who's not evil, but is mischievous." I then told him that I already felt my pants being pulled twice at that point of the tour. The clown jokingly told me the girl must be following me because of my slick black hair. Now here's where it gets really interesting. There's a room before the box, B-O-X with spaces in between it. I don't want to name the box for personal reasons. It's supposed to be one of the most haunted items. In the room before the box, there's a video explaining how haunted this box is, and that if you don't want to see the box, you can stay behind while others go inside and check it out. While the video was playing, I felt a soft tug on the exact spot of my right calf. I want to say 3 to 5 seconds later, my pants got tugged again, and this time it was with such force that it made me jump in front of everybody watching the video. Everybody saw me jump. I had the strongest feeling that that little girl pulled my pants so hard as a warning to not step inside that next room. The next couple of days, I couldn't stop feeling sympathy for this little girl. I prayed to God that if she really is a little girl stuck there, to please help her. But if it was something else, I just want to leave that up to God. My fiance and I have had a strange experience with an abandoned house. So my fiance and I live in a very rural small town in central Virginia, surrounded by towns and counties that are very similar to ours. There aren't many things to do here, so we typically drive around just to get out of the house for a bit. 3 nights ago, we're driving through a surrounded county and over an extremely backwoods road, very few houses, no other people out, pretty much dead. And we got to a stop sign and needed to make a right turn. Straight across from us was an old house. The windows were boarded up, it was decaying somewhat, and it looked as if nobody lived there for a long time. We both, almost in sync, just stopped what we were doing mid-conversation and turned and looked at this house. The door was slightly cracked open and it was pitch black outside. The sky was very cloudy, so no stars or moon, and the nearest house was a few miles behind us. I felt this horrible, heavy feeling of dread come over me. I thought it was just because we were alone out in the middle of nowhere with a scary-looking house, but my fiancé and I just kept sitting there looking at this house. We made a turn a few moments after. We had probably sat there for 3 to 4 minutes at this point, and he told me that he had never felt that way. The house made him feel a scare very easily. So coming from me, it wasn't worrisome, but he's the opposite. Now, for the past 3 days, we cannot let go of this house. I think about it and the feeling that it gave me constantly. I try to push it out of my mind, and we both start dreaming about it. I need help figuring out what happened. If you live in the northeastern part of the United States, then you know that a huge snowstorm came in this week. Well, I was at my boyfriend's house, and we couldn't find his puppy in the backyard. We kept calling its name, but he wouldn't come to us, like he always does. In fear that he somehow got out of the gated backyard, I grabbed my snow boots, ran to the back door that's in the kitchen. To note, my boyfriend was standing by the back door looking for the dog, and his dad was at the front door, talking to a postal delivery driver. We were the only 3 inside the house. I put on one snow boot and then hopped from one side of the kitchen while putting on the other boot. As I slipped on the second boot, my foot slipped from underneath me because my boots were still wet. I landed hard on one knee. My other leg flew out in front of me. I then landed on my butt, and I knew I was going to then fall backwards and land on my head. In that moment, I felt someone catch my upper back and shoulders with their hands, and then squeeze my shoulders. It kept me from falling backwards and slamming my head against the tile floor. My boyfriend was standing in front of me, and has a broken foot, so he would never have made it in time to catch me, so I assumed it was my boyfriend's dad. His dad asked if I was okay and what had happened. I didn't think anything of it and laughed off my bruised knee. Later that night, my boyfriend's mom came home from work, and I was telling her how her husband saved me from a bad fall. My boyfriend then cut me off and said that his dad didn't come into the kitchen until after I fell, and that he didn't know what I was talking about. We even confirmed this with his dad as well, and he stated that he saw me sitting on the floor and came to check on the dog. I have no idea what I experienced or what could explain what I experienced. All I know is that I fell hard, and that whatever happened to save me from possibly getting really hurt, I don't know. I can't explain why I felt someone catch me, or they squeezed my shoulders after they caught me. Can anyone explain the experience, or does anybody have a similar one? Speaking and singing in tongues. So this occurrence happened in 2013. I'd just started an SSRI that sent me over the moon, that I went into my first real experience of psychosis. There were so many strange things that happened, but let me focus on just one. My neighbor had to take me to a hospital, where eventually I was placed on a bed in the lobby area because they didn't know what else to do with me, I guess. Someone, either a nurse or something in my head, can't remember, told me to start reading things around me. Maybe to calm me down, I don't know, but I did. Started looking around, and eventually all the texts I could see around me. Eventually I looked to my right and saw on the column 2 safety warnings, one in English and one in Spanish. I read the English one, mumbling, I think, and then I started reading the Spanish one. I don't speak Spanish and I've never learned it, so I was just guessing what the words sounded like as far as I could tell. All of a sudden, as I'm reading the Spanish, I lost control of my body in an absolute flood of consonants and vowel sounds that I've never made in my life. Practically every sound a mouth can make came flooding very rapidly from me. It was one of the scariest moments of my life, because I literally thought, this is the end, because I couldn't breathe, but I wanted very badly to. I thought I was going to die of asphyxiation. Eventually, of course, it ended. That must have just been the warm-up, because something then even stranger happened. Somehow I managed to fall asleep. I remember the feeling of absolute emptiness like I'd never felt before. I woke up to the sound of singing, very pleasant singing, that I realized it was actually me. No, I've never been able to sing in my life. I have a terrible voice, and even to this day I can't reproduce the quality of the sounds I was making at this time. Maybe my judgment was off and I interpreted my singing as beautiful. But later on a nurse told me that I had a beautiful voice. Maybe she was lying, I don't know, but anyway, here's more. It wasn't like I was meaning to sing. It was like my body, something else other than me, was showing me how to sing. It was like I was sitting in the driver's seat of a self-driving car. Hands are on the wheel, but I'm just watching and feeling the car make its own decisions. I was singing what sounded like words, but not in any language that I know. One thing that was amazing was the level of focus that my brain was able to do. It's like nothing else existed except for the next note that floated into my mind. And that level of focus made it possible for my body to easily reproduce the exact note in my head with perfection. It really did feel like some sort of perfection, perfect focus, perfect clarity, perfect fluid execution. I wasn't making any sort of decisions in this. I wasn't consciously doing anything. I felt more like I was watching my mind and my body do its own thing, able to see clearly how I was able to be manufacturing this song. I was half asleep, but still able to remember this. I don't remember how that ended, other than later on I fought with the nurse so extremely that they had to inject me with something that put me out instantly. Things that, as a skeptic, I can't explain. I'm a male living in the UK and I'm an atheist, and I feel that I apply as an appropriate level of skepticism about all things in life. I strongly believe that everything must meet its burden of proof before it's to be accepted, based on how extraordinary something is and how well it fits into the real world can observe and test it. That being said, there's a great many stories that if you were to ask if they saw a ghost or something paranormal, they would say no, but then after thinking on it for a while would say actually there is something or things that I can't explain. Something that I wouldn't jump up to the conclusion about, but still nonetheless would be unable to explain. I have a few small things that fall into this category that when put together might be worthwhile saying. Starting with my mom telling me this as a baby, I'd look over her shoulder behind and grin at something, which really gave her the creeps as this apparently coincided with some other weird things happening like stuff being moved. As a young kid, maybe around 6, my mom, brother, and I traveled to stay with our grandmother who lived a few hours away. She was widowed in the 60s and never remarried. My brother would take a spare room and I'd sleep in my grand's bed. One morning I woke up to something digging into my sides, just like when something digs their 2 fingers on either side of your ribs to make you jump. I opened my eyes, nobody else was in the room. My grandmother was already up and downstairs. I didn't know what to make of it. I kind of brushed it off and closed my eyes again. But then as I did it, it happened again. This time I shot up and decided that whatever this was, it was trying to get up. Being so young, I didn't tell anyone. I just didn't know what to make of it. I'd never had this happen before, and it's never happened since. When I was a few years older, I had a few experiences where my name would be shouted at me or slowly whispered as if dozing off, and I'd jump awake, freaked out, wondering who was responsible. There's a condition called exploding head syndrome. Not nearly as terrible as it sounds. It's more like you're going to sleep and your brain starts to work and you get these experiences, which, at least for this, I feel like I can kind of put down, but still I can't be sure. One time at school, while walking in the busy corridor to my next lesson, somebody's hand bent my shoulder from behind, and as they were trying to walk by, immediately somebody's face jumped into my mind. That moment I turned and I saw that it was the same kid. I don't know this kid or have ever spoken to him. I just knew his face from seeing him around the school occasionally. That I can't really explain as I was facing the other way the whole time. Finally, fast forward to the age of about 18 or 19, my girlfriend at the time was staying over at my house. We had to get up early and drive into the city through country roads, and I could drop her back off at her house and head back to work for the early Saturday shift. I lived out of town and I was kind of a key holder at work, so I had to get going around 5:30 and it was still dark. Still driving on the country road, there was some white smoke or fog in the middle of the road, and it was kind of the shape of the size of a person, but there was no fog or anything else, just localized right in the middle of the road. It looked very out of place, like I've never seen fog that way before. It happened all too quick and we drove right through it. We freaked out because she didn't want to leave for work, and then when I got to hers, but she had to. I do think that if anybody really thinks carefully enough, more often than not, they will come up with something that they just can't explain. That's why I find these kinds of things fascinating. Possible demonic experience, a retrospective. When I was approximately 14 to 15 years old, circa 1988-89, myself and my family had 2 summer holidays in the Algarve in Portugal. The first holiday included myself, my older sister, mom and dad, and an uncle and an aunt. The second holiday the following summer was the same people except my sister who stayed at home. Both holidays were in the same location, and both times we stayed in the same villa, which was owned by a business associate of my uncle. As such, I believe in the accommodation being free, and that's why it was a great holiday option for us all. The villa was situated about a 15-minute walk outside of a well-known Algarve town named Carvoeiro. One of those, maybe. The first holiday where my sister was also present was event-free, and nothing unexplained happened at all. The second holiday was where I alone experienced an absolutely terrifying paranormal event which has stayed with me to this day. The villa we stayed in was an all-in-one level, like most villas are, and had a pretty standard layout. The main door at the front led straight into a kitchen, and that led into the main lounge area. Off to the left and to the right of the main lounge was 2 en-suite bedrooms where my parents and uncle slept. I slept on a fold-out bed in the lounge area, and out in the back of the property was a small swimming pool. From memory, it was a very nice, spacious villa and probably worth quite a bit of money. Nothing happened for the entire 2-week period that we were there, except for the final night of the holiday. I often say thank God we flew home the next morning because I don't think I could have stayed there another night. On this final evening, everybody had just gone to bed and closed their doors, and I had just finished setting up my bed, and finally turned out the lights and got into bed. No longer than 30 seconds after getting into bed, I started to hear tapping on one of the walls. I laid there trying to guess what it might be, and I just figured it was probably one of my parents or uncle or aunt doing something in their rooms, so I ignored it. I then heard the same tapping again, but louder. I sat up in the bed and tried to pinpoint where it was coming from, and this is how I know it wasn't sleep paralysis, as some people have often suggested to me. Peering across the dimly lit lounge room, it was then that the tapping started to spin around the room as if knocking in a circular pattern around me as I sat there. This was naturally pretty unnerving, and I struggled to rationalize what was really happening. It was at this point that the tapping stopped, and immediately a wooden chair from the lounge room dining room table made a scraping sound against wood parquet floor that it was resting on. The sort of scraping noise a chair would make if you pulled it from underneath the table to sit on it. At this point, I didn't know what was really going on, and being as young as I was, I think the fear got the better of me, and I shot down into the bed, turned around and pulled the sheets up underneath my chin and closed my eyes. But unfortunately, it didn't end there. Next, I heard more scraping as dining room chairs were being moved, followed by a very quiet but distinct shuffling noise, which sounded like shuffling footsteps. These footsteps got louder as whatever it was started to approach me in the room. As it approached, I then heard this mumbling in what sounded like a guttural low key talking, but in a language I didn't understand. It certainly wasn't Portuguese. On top of this mumbling, I suddenly began to hear this terrifying rasping breathing in and out in a very rhythmic fashion. The sort of rasping that someone with severe breathing difficulty would make. This breathing got louder and louder until it was right behind me, right next to my head on the pillow, rasping loudly into my right ear. Petrified doesn't even cut it. It was simply frozen with fear. I don't think that I could have turned around even if I wanted to. This loud, heavy breathing continued for what seemed like a lifetime, but in reality was probably about 30 or 40 seconds. And then it slowly faded away, and into the next room, I was left in silence. I laid in the bed for about another hour, unable to sleep, and listening intently for anything else. But there was nothing. Eventually I fall asleep, though. Probably through nerves, exhaustion, and when I next woke up it was 6 a.m. and daylight filled the room, and I remember the sheer feeling of relief. The first thing I did was get up and look at the dining room table area, and sure enough, the 2 chairs had been moved away from their normal resting positions underneath the table. And not just by a small amount, but significantly so. I also checked the rest of the communal area in the villa to see if any doors or windows had been left open, but there was nothing. When my family got up, I told them all what happened, and ultimately I was met with mainly skepticism, which I found a little bit upsetting at the time. To be honest, I think the experience affected me to a degree where I probably needed a form of counseling to really process it and help get over it, but the whole thing was like nothing was available at the time. I've often tried to rationalize or debunk this. Did a wild animal get into the property and then prowl around doing these things? Possibly, but that wouldn't explain how it would have left again if the property was secure, or even more importantly, wouldn't explain the circle tapping and the mumbling dialect. Was it one of my family members sleepwalking? I thought about this a lot too and concluded that it wasn't possible, as I would have heard them opening their bedroom doors, which were heavy and wooden, very loud. Plus, there simply wouldn't have been enough time for them to fall asleep, as this happened very quickly after they all retired to their rooms. A few people I've shared this story with have suggested that it could have been something demonic in nature, but I'm not sure if that would be true or not. An interesting fact to end this, years later, fairly recently actually, I discussed this with my sister, who told me that when she was with us during the first holiday, she always felt extremely uneasy sleeping in the villa lounge, and often would get up and sleep with my parents in their room. She also told me that she was informed by my parents and uncle that the property, which was built on an old former wasteland, was actually on the grounds of a former mass grave and burial site. This was something they decided to keep from telling me, as I was the youngest at the time. I thought that was interesting, and depending on what your beliefs are, could maybe go on some way to explaining the strange events that took place. As a result of this experience, I've always been extremely open-minded about the paranormal, and if I'm honest, I've always had a very inquisitive interest in it. I think this is how it goes for most people who've experienced something. And I know they often say that everybody's a skeptic until you experience something yourself. When you do, it changes everything. It certainly did for me. I'm not expecting any "it was definitely this" type of response here, but I'd be very curious and interested to hear what other people think, and your input and insights would be very gratefully received. Step into the supernatural with us, right here at Paranormal M. We bring you stories that'll make your hair stand on end. Remember to subscribe and activate notifications to stay in the loop with our latest hair-raising narratives. We hope you're in for a heart-pounding experience. And thanks for watching. Been hearing footsteps every night for the past 3 weeks. This entire thing started nearly 3 weeks ago. I was in bed trying to fall asleep when I start to feel footsteps walk in the hallway, right outside my room. Normally I would think this is my dad, so I brushed it off, but they didn't stop. I was able to hear each individual thump and felt the vibrations of the footsteps down at my feet. I can tell when my dad or someone else is walking down the hallway, and based on the vibrations of their footsteps, I know who it is, and if they're walking towards my room or not. So I'm hearing and feeling these footsteps. So I eventually got to sleep, woke up, told my dad. He didn't think much of it. Next night, nothing happened. Second night, the footsteps started again when I got in bed, and I was trying to fall asleep, of course. This time I was trying to think of some reasoning or logic behind why this is happening. So I turn off my box fan. Footsteps are still there. Is it my dog? No, she's in my room tonight sleeping. Could it be my heart pumping blood to my feet? So I changed positions and even stood up. Nope, still there. Maybe the AC unit or pipes in the house. But the pipes and AC and water heater all have individual sound, which I know what they sound like. This, however, sounded exactly like someone walking up and down the hallway, pacing back and forth constantly. The first couple of nights I was absolutely panicked, like crazy when all this was happening. Threw the blanket over my head and I could feel my heart beating as loud as the one in Edgar Allan's poems. A week went by and it was just the same thing. I'd get in bed, and moments later, or even half an hour later, I would hear footsteps and feel the vibrations in my bed. This thing is pacing back and forth, jumping up and down, running, going up the stairs, but it never comes inside my room. More days go by, and it starts to become a nuisance rather than scary. I just wanted to sleep, that was all. But shit got real when 2 nights ago I got in bed and it entered my room, which it had never done before. It was running, making loud thumps on the floor, even pacing back and forth right in front of my bed. Now I was scared. I believe at one point it even tried getting into my bed. I jumped, ran the fuck out of there. Later that night I tried to sleep with the lights on, fan on full blast, and try to sleep with the headband type of a thing. But nope, it still continued. Of course I couldn't see anything with the lights on because nothing is ever there, but I tried a couple of tests. 1. I found out if I leave my fan on, this entity will go nuts and won't shut the hell up. But as soon as I turn the fan off and try to pull out my video recorder on my phone, it goes almost silent. I can still slightly hear it, but my phone can't. The other test is that I learned that if I'm sleeping and I just ignore it, it'll just walk away. But it was weird because every time I would move or change positions in my bed, it would run back up to my bed and then eventually walk away again. I told my dad this next morning, and he said, "This is not normal. You may have a ghost or a demon following you, or Satan's simply teasing you." Then he suggested I make a doctor's appointment. So that's what I did. I set one up for Monday, because this issue is now out of control. My siblings believe I have schizophrenia because auditory hallucinations is a symptom. But this is not a hallucination, because they're as real as anyone else walking down the hallway, and I can feel the footsteps with my own feet. I don't think schizophrenia could do that. I'm out of ideas, and I desperately need help. I pray and pray and pray, but these footsteps continue.
Story number 2. Saw something crawling in the streets. This experience happened 2 years ago, mid-2018. So I used to almost every weekend on Saturdays go to one of my friends' houses, or have them in mine. We alternate the houses a lot, just to hang out, play games, and drink. We're a big group. Every meeting got about 10 to 15 people, and these meetings used to last until 3 or 4 a.m. on Sunday. I don't do this anymore because I'm working on another city, rather in, since 2019. After one of these hangouts in a friend's house, we spent the day playing video games, like FIFA, Tekken, whatever. I left the place around 2 to 3 a.m. Don't remember the exact time. It's pretty far from my home, so so I have to drive around 30 minutes to get near where I used to live. On the way home, there's this main street. I have to take a sharp turn to the right to go home. On the right side of this main street is some military forest area with walls and barbed wire. Those kind of things. The turn that I need to take is just at the end of this walked area. The main street continues while I take a turn to the right. While I was doing the turn to the right, I did a glance to the left with the corner of my eye, and I saw something crawling in the middle of the street. Getting goosebumps while writing this. I had 4 members, like a person couldn't be a person. The angle of the articulations was totally not human. Reminded me of like a cricket's leg. I don't know, but I didn't stop the car. I did the turn a bit slow, looking at it, while it was moving. It was moving in a weird way. A bit slow and like it was learning to walk. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't naked. It had some rags that looked like torn old fabric covering the body. It was about 50 to 60 meters away from me. I had a very strange feeling. To this day, I've never had this kind of feeling twice in my life. Just that day, very bad. It was like I was going to die. It stopped moving, like it saw me. I can't tell if it did in fact see me. I couldn't see the face. It had a head, not an animal head with a snout. It was a rounded head, like a human or a monkey. And I'm talking about seconds. The visual contact lasted for like 5, 6 seconds. I don't know. It didn't stop. After the turn, I accelerated the car. I was in shock, almost crying. I looked back a few times until I got home. I stopped the car to open the gate. Almost in panic, looking back all the time. Almost dropped the keys. It was late, empty streets all the way, not a single person. I parked the car and got inside home, rushed the stairs, went to my bedroom, and sat on the bed for some time. That image was in my head. It took long to sleep. I still can remember it. I still can see it in my mind. Story number 3. Entities in spirit dimensions, feeding off of reactions and emotions, emotional energy. I went through some big shit lately in life. It all started a couple of years ago. I started meditation and had intense desires to see the spirit realms. I concentrated and analyzed my mind and tried to stop thoughts and tried to remove all emotions. I had addiction for dopamine release. I got off of this habit eventually due to meditation. Gradually, I started seeing another dimension. A mental dimension with plenty of spirits of living and dead. Dead usually don't appear frequently. Lots of living spirits do. Usually these spirits appear in our dreams, since our focus is fully on day-to-day activities. We ignore, and we just generally reason these away. But these entities are real. They need this energy to survive. They get this energy from sexual activity, positive and negative emotions. Slowly I lost touch with reality. Now these spirits are a pretty common sight. They simply sit beside me, which I can see and sense sometimes. Since they need food, energy, they took control of the brain circuitry that releases these chemicals. Every day this liquid is released in the brain, and these entities feed off of them. They attach themselves to you in another dimension, and feel like I'm losing my mind. They can even trigger your thoughts through feelings. They make your mind to fight with each other, They can direct you to suicidal thoughts, too. So I advise anyone to stay away from the spirits and avoid negative energy and addictive behaviors. Keep your mind busy with day-to-day activity or productive thoughts. Avoid places of negativity and conflicts. These spirits are as conscious as humans. They can read your thoughts, motives, and intentions. You cannot be dishonest to them, since they are immaterial consciousness, living besides and within you, knowing everything you do, and predicting your movements and even creating habits within you. Since your mind, your inner dimension, is their home.
Story number 4. Had a scary, weird cuddle experience at 1:30 a.m. A little background is that since childhood, I've had my fair share of paranormal experiences, especially while sleeping. I've had one particular entity visit me in my dream for 1 year when I was in a different house. Never seen that entity again when I changed the house in the same area. Stuff like this. But last night I had the weirdest experience of my life. I was sleeping with my wife, and I dreamt that my wife kissed me and went under the blanket. I woke up and sat on the bed with my lower body covered with a blanket. I checked on my wife, but she wasn't in the bed. It was weird. So if my wife was not in the bed, then who kissed me? While I'm thinking about this, a realization that my wife was outside in the living room. Something started moving in the blanket. It was like a snake or a tentacle that started wrapping around my legs. I kid you not, I was freaking out at the same time. Very calm because everything was smooth and non-aggressive. It felt like something was cuddling with my legs. I slapped myself just to make sure I was awake. And I was awake as daylight. Holy smoke, this thing moving and cuddling in the sheets was bloody real. As the thing moved from my thighs to my shins, I literally saw the blankets move with it. That's when I freaked out a little more, but not enough to stop it. I was still curious. I kept sitting on my bed while the thing moved to my shin. I felt it wrap around both my legs and just stay in that position, like a ghost hug. So cute. I moved my foot up and down just to check if it was something like sleep paralysis, but it wasn't. My foot was fine, everything was moving. I was moving. The thing was moving, and I was wide awake. But now it was getting freaky and I had to get out of it. So I slowly pulled the blanket off. Whatever that was that I couldn't see slowly unwrapped and went away. I got up, went to my wife, told her the story, and came back to bed. Woke up the next morning and here I am, still freaked out, hoping it was an act of love by whatever, and nothing else. I lived in a haunted apartment for 14 years. As the title says, I lived in an apartment with at least one ghost in it for 14 years. I still don't know exactly what it was, but I'm fairly certain it wasn't my guardian angel. Since I've lived there for most of my life, from age 7 to 21, I have a lot of experiences to share. And because of this, I'll only share the big ones for this post. The apartment was fairly small. A small entrance area, one bathroom, one kitchen, one living room and one bedroom, and a small hallway that connected the living room and bedroom with a closet in it. My mother, sister, and I lived there, and we all shared the bedroom and had our own beds. Most of these happened while I was home alone, though, because why wouldn't they? I was 7 years old the first time I encountered it. but I still remember it like it was yesterday. I was up early for school at 6 a.m., got dressed, and decided to take a quick nap on the living room couch before I left. I laid on the couch, my back facing out to the living room. I fell asleep. I woke up and rolled over, face outwards toward the living room, sat up, stretched and yawned, then opened my eyes to look at the clock. 6:42 a.m. I then looked towards the doorway leading into the kitchen. The entire world stopped for me. In the doorway was a silhouette of a man. He, or rather it, was as tall as the doorway, and was the deepest and most pure black I've ever seen. He stared at me with glowing red eyes, his gaze full of hate and malice. You may think being paralyzed with fear is just a horror trope, but it is a very real experience. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, yet I couldn't. I couldn't even form tears. I was staring into his eyes, his into mine. We kept this gaze for what felt like hours. In reality, it must have been a few seconds. I managed to blink, and just like that, he was gone. Every conceivable emotion after seeing that came flooding in all at once. I didn't know what that was, but I knew I needed to get out. Of course, I had to run through the exact doorway to leave, but I sprinted through it, down the stairs, and out the building. I remember getting in trouble that day because I left my bag, and no one believed me when I told them what happened. My family didn't believe me, and after a few more happenings, they said to stop talking about it because it wasn't real. My next experience happened in 5th grade, so I was about 11. This one happened in the bedroom. My bed was positioned so that you could see most of it, while the small hallway quite possibly was the worst place for it to be, considering what happened. I woke up randomly in the middle of the night. Nothing felt particularly off, but I was pretty thirsty. I turned over and I was about to get out of my bed to get a glass of water. Take a guess at who was standing in the hallway. I could still see his silhouette clearly, despite the entire house being pitch black. His red eyes glowed even brighter than before, and he was staring directly at me. I started breathing and sweating heavily. My chest felt tight, and I couldn't even make a sound. I remembered the other time I saw him, and I remembered that he went away after I blinked. So I blinked. But this time, he didn't go away. He got closer. He was halfway in the hallway before, but now he was in the doorway. I felt like I was going to throw up my whole stomach. I blinked again. He got closer, maybe 6 feet from me, staring at me the whole time. I blinked one more time and he was gone. I was relieved until I heard footsteps. The house was old, so the floors creaked when anyone walked on them. I heard creaking from where he was, and I heard steps leading up to my bed, each step paired with the creak of the floorboards. Couldn't take my eyes off the floor. They'd reached the side of my bed and stopped. One more step, and he would have been right in front of my face. Something in my head was screaming at me not to look up, or to get out of bed. I still can't explain it, but I just knew something would happen if I did the wrong move. I decided to act like I didn't just see a shadow teleport across my room, and ignored it. I kept my gaze down, rolled over, hid underneath the covers. I didn't sleep that night, nor did I hear any more footsteps. Last one for this post, and this one stuck with me the most. This one happened in December, after I graduated high school in 2016. By this time, I know I've had ghosts in my house. I kind of got used to their shenanigans. They still spooked me, but nothing too bad. I want to point out there might have also been a little girl. I would sometimes smell rose perfume, and I thought I saw someone with pigtails out of the corner of my eye once. For this one, I was in the kitchen getting ready to go to work. I put the little cup into the Keurig and went to sit at the table to eat my toast. I was watching Dashi on YouTube with the earbud in my left ear in. That morning it was very windy, and the whole building swayed a bit with heavy gusts of wind. The first 2 big gusts shook up the house as normal. The third gust is when it happened. The house shook as normal, and from the living room, clear as day, I heard a little girl scream. This wasn't some scream you'd hear when kids play. This girl was screaming bloody murder. It sounded almost exactly like it does in movies. I stopped mid-bite of my toast, had tears rolling down my face, wanted to get out of that house as quickly as I could. But I only had pants on. My clothes were in the room, so I had to fucking walk through that goddamn living room twice. I gathered my thoughts and decided I'd briskly walk through with my phone in my face and headphones in, grab my clothes in my room and get out. After a quick pep talk, and a string of obscenities, I went to the living room. As I walked through the living room, I saw someone sitting on my couch out of the corner of my eye. It took everything in me to not lose my shit or look out of curiosity. I got into the room and picked up whatever clothes my hand touched, walked swiftly back to get out. On my second trek through the living room, they moved from the couch to standing right by the side of the hallway entrance. I still had my phone right up to my face, but my goddamn peripheral vision saw their face looking right up at me. There was no language that could describe the feelings I had in that moment. They said something. I don't know what the scary cunt said, but I ignored whatever it was and bolted out, flew down the stairs. Sorry for the C word, guys. I changed outside and went to work. I stayed at my friend's house that week. Thankfully, we moved 2 years ago. Haven't had anything like that happen here. It's one thing, but mostly unrelated. As I said earlier, I have a lot more tales to tell, but these were definitely in the top 5. I'll share more if you guys want. I just didn't want to post a novel. I think it was a shade individual. I don't like saying the actual word for it, but I'd love to know more. Anytime I would look into it, I got that feeling of being watched and stopped. Haven't had the urge to research it since then. Glowing green eyes. I was 12 or 13 years old, and my family and I went to my cousin's house in Oregon. He lived in a pretty big house, secluded on lots of land. It was surrounded by trees, but from the house, about 50 yards, there were no trees. The first floor of my cousin's house is all windows, so you essentially have a 360-degree view of the whole area. Well, during our stay there, my cousin and I decided that we would wake up at 3 a.m. and go down into his basement to play video games. His room is on the second floor of the house. 3 a.m. comes around, and his alarm wakes us up. He and I get up and begin to go down the stairs to head to the basement. As we get to the first floor, the floor that's all windows, I notice a pair of giant glowing green eyes outside of one of the windows, staring at me. I stood there frozen as I could feel it staring at me down. My cousin saw them too, and rather than running back upstairs, he went to the basement. I noped right out of there, and I went back upstairs where I fell back asleep. I woke up a few hours later, when it was light out, and went back downstairs. The eyes were gone at this point. I went down to the basement where my cousin was, and he was playing games. I asked him why he didn't go back upstairs, and he said it's because he always sees them, and his parents didn't believe him, so he just ignores them now. To this day, I always think about those eyes. creeps me out still. A little more background. The moon wasn't out. It was extremely cloudy, but there was enough light out to where you could make out shapes and objects in the house. Where the eyes were, there were no bushes or trees, and wouldn't have had to been way up too high for a mountain lion to be. The only way I think it could have been a mountain lion is if it was standing straight up on its rear end legs. I also checked the area where the eyes were footprints or something maybe like that could cause some sort of reflection, with no luck. My cousin also said the eyes weren't always in the same spot. The eyes were like glow stick green with no other colors on them. They didn't emit light, meaning there was no green tint inside the house, but they were super bright. Gives me the chills as I type this. Hopefully you all got some insight from me, as I've been thinking about this lately.
Something sinister I can't explain. I live in a small terraced house and have done all my life. My house is around 150 years old and was lived in during both world wars, and many bombs were dropped around the area. I'm saying that as I don't know if that could be a significant detail or not. One of the first things I ever experienced was when I was 5. This story was recalled to me by my parents and their friend, who was there at the time. According to my parents, they're very spiritual and believe in the paranormal very much, so wouldn't make something like this up. I was playing in the back room and I was stood staring into the cupboard underneath the stairs. This cupboard was filled with coats and shoes. My mother asked me what I was doing. I replied, "Speaking to the little boy. He's sad because he's lost his mummy." My mother continued to ask me what he looked like. I pulled a face where my eyes were dragged down and my mouth was very drooped. This obviously creeped my parents out a lot, although I don't remember anything about that event myself. I knew that my parents don't lie about things like this. The next thing that happened, I vividly remember, as it only stopped a few years ago. Both me and my younger brother experienced this often. We would be sat in our rooms doing whatever we were doing, and then we would have our names shouted. But it didn't sound like either of our parents. And when we asked them why they shouted for us, they would say that they didn't. Also, we live in a terraced house. Our neighbors couldn't have been shouting us, because our neighbor to the left was Polish and didn't even speak English, and our other neighbors didn't know our names. Plus, my brother has a very unusual name. It was only recently that me and my parents made a possible link between the two occurrences. My parents are genuinely concerned of what would have happened if they had gone towards this voice shouting for us. There's been a lot of other things happening, including footsteps, growls, and whispers, but most of them, bar the growls, occurred after my grandfather's passing a few years ago. We put these things down to our grandfather trying to communicate with us.
Seeing dead great-grandfather, and him predicting me and my siblings. I was about 6 or 7 when this happened, but I was staying at my dad's for the weekend, and I had this weird dream that I was in my dad's old apartment, when my parents hadn't separated yet. I was looking at the door entrance of the apartment, and I saw this random old guy that I'd never seen before. He just stood there for a minute. Then a figure in a black robe phases through him and goes straight at me. Then I wake up. The next morning I'm looking at the pictures that my grandma had around the house, and I see a picture and the old man is in it with my grandma. So I asked my dad who this was. He told me it was his grandpa, who basically raised my dad, because my dad's parents also divorced. And he told me that he would have loved to meet me, and my siblings too. So the confused kid that I was asks another question. Dad, where is he? And to that my dad replied, he died before your older brother was born. I told him about my dream, and he was surprised, but I remember my dad shedding a tiny tear in his face. But that's not even the crazy part. Years pass and I'm 13. I never really knew anything about my great-grandpa, so I asked my dad some questions about him. And my dad told me some funny stories and great life lessons, but I remember him saying this. Did I ever tell you that he predicted you and your siblings before you guys were even born? I hear that and I call bullshit, but he tells me that he and Mom visited him in the hospital once. This is years before he died. And when they walk in, they see him with a curious face, and my great-grandpa asks them, where are the kids? My parents were dating for about 2 years now, and don't have any kids, so they tell him, what kids? He responds, there was 2 boys playing together and a little girl playing with a doll. My parents are weirded out because they both knew damn well they didn't have kids yet, so they blew it off. 2002 comes. My great-grandpa dies. My older brother's born. Then 2004 comes around and I'm born. Then 2008, little sister's born. I never got to meet him, but I always hope I could see him one day. The voice my sister and I heard when we were playing at my dad's coworker's house. This happened years ago when I was about 9. My little sister would have been about 5. My whole family, my mom, my dad, my older sister, my older brother, myself, my younger sister, and my younger brother were at my dad's coworker's house outside of town. Because we were pretty young, my parents had us be outside for most of the day. The family had this playground in their backyard that we were playing in, but their kids were grown, adults, and out of the house too, so it was a bit run down. The playground has wooden stairs that led up to there as a square walkway, all the way around to the top, and in the center was an enclosure that had windows all around it, and a door that locked from the outside. It was full of a bunch of seemingly random junk to us kids, but it was still interesting. At one point in the day, my older brother had locked me in it. I flipped out because I'm extremely claustrophobic. Even though this enclosure was full of windows, I only mention being locked in because it's important for the main part of this experience. Mind you, there were no houses close by. The yard was fenced in, a chain-link fence, so you could see everything, and a single tree between the house and the playground. The yard was huge and bare otherwise, as far as I can remember. When my older brother and sister had gone inside after some time, it was just me and my younger sister at the playground. My little brother was like a year old, so he had been inside with my parents the whole time. I was at the bottom of the stairs that led up to the enclosure, and my little sister was standing outside the enclosure by the door. She wanted to go into it, but since my brother had locked me in it previously, she looked over at the railing at me and said, "Don't lock me in." And I was gonna say, "I won't," but some voice that sounded like a really loud whisper coming from all around me beat me to it and said, "I won't." But some voice that sounded like a really loud whisper. I've said that before. My sister's eyes got wide, freaked out, and I ran inside crying. I quickly followed suit and ran away towards the house. I reached the only tree in the yard on the way back to the house and turned around to see if anyone else was there and yelled, "Who is that? Who said that?" I still don't see anybody, but the voice answered. I did. It was the same voice, and it still sounded like it was coming from all around me, like it was whispering into both my ears at the same time. I ran inside to find my whole family and the owners of the house sitting on the couch in the living room, and my little sister was hiding underneath the coffee table crying. My parents were initially mad at me for scarring her, perhaps scaring. But she kept telling them that it wasn't me, and we both told them what happened. My parents insisted that everybody had been inside with them when it happened. The owners of the house and my parents spent a large part of the day trying to figure out what had happened. But ultimately we never did. We never went near that playground again, though. My sister and I still bring it up from time to time. She doesn't like talking about it, but definitely still remembers it. It was one of the creepiest things I've ever experienced. Pretty long game. 20 years ago, I dated a guy, Mick, for almost a year. I thought he was the sun and the stars, and while I was very devoted to him, he wasn't a very good boyfriend to me. He strung me on and played with my emotions in an almost sadistic way. He cheated on me and always talked me into taking him back. I was a very young single mom without any place to belong, so I guess I was desperate and tolerated far too much. The night my grandpa got sick and passed away was the first family death I'd experienced. I wasn't on good terms with my family at the time. I needed to be with somebody that I thought cared about me and would just let me cry and work through it. Mick lived about an hour away from me as a roommate to my best friend and her husband, so naturally it was the place that I went. I spoke to him off and on all day. After my grandpa was taken away by the funeral home and things were done for the day, I let him and my friend know that I was coming, and I needed to be with the people that cared. They all knew I was coming, and he disappeared without telling anybody that he was leaving. It was ghosting before ghosting was a thing. I found out later that he had another girlfriend for about 3 months and was playing games with us both. He stopped answering my calls and never came back that night. I cried until I fell asleep on their couch, just waiting on him to show up. After a few hours of sleep, I gave up and drove the hour back home to my own apartment. We only had one other conversation. The next week after the funeral, an obligatory family thing, I gathered all of his stuff and asked my friend to gather up mine. I took him the box of his belongings and exchanged it while he was at work. There was one item I kept, a sweatshirt with his fraternity on the front and some snarky bullshit about his big brother on the back. I only kept it because he repeatedly said how important it was to him. That was a shitty, spiteful move, but all is fair and all that. I was a very young, immature, scorned, heartbroken girl. Our conversation was brief and consisted of him begging for his sweatshirt, while I laughed, saying I didn't have to, and I didn't even have it, and I had no idea where it could be. Since we were still connected to some of the same social circles, I got to hear through the grapevine that he was still mad and ranting about that sweatshirt for several years. For a while, that small bit of petty bitterness would be tickled, and I would get satisfaction from knowing that he was still salty. Over a sweatshirt. Eventually, that bitterness all disappeared, and those memories were stored in the back corner of my mind. As it does, life went on. Careers and family grew and changed. Kids grew up and moved away. Before you know it, 20 years have passed you by. This is the first Christmas in a decade that my husband and I are not traveling. As dusk approached on Christmas Eve night, I got a weird feeling. I Felt like something supernatural was going on in my normally quiet house. I had weird feelings of being watched, catching things move and just things in the corner of my eye. Cold spots. You know what I mean. You could just feel it. I blessed the house, lit a candle, said a prayer, did my best to set things right in my house and in my head. Silent night, holy night, all is calm, right? After midnight, I was nestled in bed, listening to my meditation podcast, trying to fall asleep, but I kept feeling something on my feet. It felt like a cat moving on the end of the bed, but he was right next to me. After the third instance, I shot straight up in bed. I sleep with a dim light on so I could see there was nothing in my room or on my bed. Now I was spooked and on high alert. I know something touched my feet. I listened for a while, and just when I started falling back to sleep, I hear 2 very loud knocks on my closet door. The cat even heard it. We both had hair standing on end. Then from inside the closet, it sounded like something crashed. Something heavy. Not gonna reenact that. Assuming the closet collapsed from the weight of my fabulous shit. I mustered my courage, got up, turned on every light in the bedroom, and opened the closet. All of my sweaters and folded clothes from the very top shelf had been swept off and were lying in the floor on top of my shoes. Shit I never wear or look at. Mostly expensive sweaters that are a decade out of style, but too valuable to get rid of. They were still folded, so I picked them up and got the step stool and put them all back up on the top shelf. I washed my face, got a drink of water, saged the bedroom, went back to bed, where I quickly fell back asleep. On Christmas Day, I received a phone call from my best friend. We chatted briefly about the kids and Christmas when she actually called to tell me that Mick passed away from aggressive pancreatic cancer the evening before. I let her talk for a while before I interrupted her to ask, "Wait, Mick who?" She confirmed, and I just shook my head in disbelief. How could this be? We're all in our early 40s, way too young for cancer. She explained that she would be going back home for his graveside service, and I was welcome to go with her if I wanted. I politely declined because of how things ended back then, and how uncomfortable it would be to see his family after all this time. I wished them peace, but it wasn't my place to give them comfort. Before I could finish my sentence and end our conversation, there were 2 loud knocks on my closet door again. I found the clothes in the exact same position as the night before, swept off the top shelf, laying in a neatly folded stack on the floor. Just like the night before, right on top of the stack was Mick's old faded fraternity sweatshirt. I've since folded the shirt and tied it with a decorative ribbon. My friend will pick it up on her way out of town to give it to his mother at the graveside. Until then, I can only hope that giving it back will finally set the universe right, and I will patiently wait for the knocking to stop. Weird experience at a hotel. This is from 2013. I travel a lot for work. I mean, before COVID. And when I do, I stay at hotels. Sleeping in a different bed doesn't bother me, as I'm mostly a sound sleeper, and I'm used to it, given that I've been doing this for a while. This was a hotel in the suburbs of Chicago, a city in the US for non-American listeners. From the time I checked into the room, I think it was maybe room 413, I think. I've never felt such a sense of dread, despair, and claustrophobia. I am a rational person, no history of depression. So I explained it to myself that maybe the 13 in the room number was messing with me. But I've stayed in other hotels with the 13 in my assigned room. I had also stayed at this same property every week over the last few months, but I had never felt this. I pondered lying in bed if I should call the front desk and ask for another room. I don't know what excuse I'd give to the front desk. Everything was great with the room. The shower was great. The room was spotless. The toilet had no issues. A boring, predictable, clinically consistent room like any other Marriott property. No complaints on the Wi-Fi. I couldn't bring myself to lie to the front desk and ask to be changed to another room. So I told myself I was a rational man, a husband, a father, and a protector. I recall the monologue I had in my head. Don't be a whiny little bitch, be a man. I decided I was going to stay put. The uneasiness didn't lessen, so I turned on every light in the room, took out all the Bibles from the bedstand, and set them next to me. I'm not of Christian faith, and not a very religious person either. But I felt that I kind of needed all the protection I could, so I played chants on loop on YouTube from my own religion all night at a low volume and went to sleep. I woke up in the morning, worked out, showered. Went to work the night's experience. Felt like a fleeting memory during the day. I had a really fun rental that week. A Mustang GT. It was so much fun. The night's memory felt imaginary. Came back from work that evening, feeling a little bit silly about the night before, and went back to the room. And in an instant, the same sense of unexplained dread and claustrophobia came flooding back. What the fuck? I just couldn't rationally explain it. So I went back to the routine from the night before. Lights on, chanting on, Bible, Marriott Mormon Bible, all by the bed. Next evening, I spoke with the bartender and asked him if he had heard any weird complaints. He said he hadn't, but he'd ask around. When I came back the next week, I got a different room. Woo! But I checked in with the bartender. He said he had done a little digging over the weekend and picked up on gossip from other hotel staff that some of the cleaning ladies didn't like that room, and even that corner of the whole 4th floor. He was intrigued enough that he brought along a sensitive quote-unquote friend from his Episcopalian church, and he said that when she opened the door and had barely taken a step inside, she just about made a 180 degree and came right out. She couldn't even go inside the room. She said it felt heavy. The bartender said that was enough to spook him. He said he just stood in the corridor and wouldn't go in himself. Kinda had a laugh about it, but deduced to Google. So he Googled up the property address to see if there were any documented murders, suicides, things like that. Didn't come across anything. The property that changed hands a few times was a nearby fire with some deaths, but nothing notable in the Google searches. I didn't think much of it, but I've stayed at more than 2,000 nights in hotels since the fall of 2013, and I'm yet to experience that fear ever again. I continue to rethink about the memory of my experience, trying to recount details about the room, that week, maybe even my mood at work, just so I could find something rational to explain what I felt. And I have been unable to. I came across the subreddit and figured I'd post if you had any insights into what might have been happening that I was experiencing. I predicted my stepbrother's death, and he is haunting my family. Back in June, my stepbrother passed away while on assignment with the Air Force. He was only 21, and a few weeks away from 22. He wasn't sick or anything, and we still don't know much about his death. My experiences. Ever since the first day he joined, he left for boot camp, and it was when the dreams of his death started. They weren't common until I got a job at a restaurant that he used to work at, and about 3 months before his death. I quit the job in April, and the dreams stopped until June 2nd. and on June 3rd. Since then, I don't have any dreams anymore. I just fall asleep and just wake up. Now, the dreams were pretty different except for one detail. I always learned about his death on the news. Now, on the morning of June 3rd, I was on Reddit. Scrolling through my page there was a post about an airman found dead in his room. I felt like I knew it was him, but the post didn't give any names, so I shrugged it off until my mom called to share the news herself. It was him. Now, all of my dreams always shared the fact that I learned it from a news source, followed by my mom calling me. Haven't had a single dream since, until last week where I'm dreaming about my cousin dying. My family. My mom's always been a believer of the afterlife and spirits. She swore that she saw angels and spirits physically watching over me when I was in the ER several times. It all started 3 weeks after he died. We were having issues bringing his body back due to the fact that he was overseas and the government was in COVID lockdown. They couldn't send a coroner up to check on the body. My mom was woken up at 3 a.m. to loud knocking from her room. Something that never happens in our house. It's less than 10 years old. She looks and sees her phone is ringing on silent. It's the Air Force, saying that they're sending him home despite the local government saying no, and his autopsy is going to take place in the same hospital where my stepdad was born. After she hung up the phone, she asked, "Stepbrother's name, was that you?" And one soft but noticeable knock was heard from right behind her. She wasn't the only one hearing the knock. On the week of the funeral, we had family come up and stay with us, and every family member who stayed the night at that house heard some form of knocking near their beds. On top of that, my mom and stepdad would keep hearing my stepbrother's old room door slam and drums playing, his favorite instrument to play, even though the drums are in a storage unit. I since moved out shortly before he passed, so I haven't experienced anything other than my last post here. As requested, the time I think I sensed an angry, godlike being. So it was about a year ago or so that this happened. I worked at Walmart. I lived about 45 minutes away from my store. I was out in the boonies. I still live there, but I don't work right now. One night I was coming home from work around 11. I finally pulled up to my gate. My house is far from the road, and it has a long, winding driveway that takes you through some trees, but it starts out as a big open spot at the roadside. So like any other night, I got out of my car to get the gate. But for some reason, the instant I did, I felt my skin crawling like crazy. For some reason, something in the back of my mind was telling me that I was being watched. I tried to dismiss it as I unlocked and opened the gate. But then when I got back into my car, I felt safe again. By this point, I was dreading getting back out, but I had to close the gate behind me, so I did. But I looked around at everything, every bit of fence, every bush, every nearby tree. Nothing. By this point, I was full-on freaking out. Something was watching me, and I didn't know what the hell it was. As I finished closing the gate, I got a weird thought that whatever it was above me, which was stupid, since above me there was nothing but clear night sky. I could see all the way across the pasture with nothing but moonlight, and there was nothing above me. But just to try to quell that doubt, I looked up to see if anything was there and see if anything seemed off. For some reason, my eyes were drawn to a certain point in the sky. There was nothing there, not even a constellation, not a plane, nothing. But for some reason, the instant I saw this patch of sky, every alarm bell in my head went off. I looked away from it, but I could still feel whatever it was staring at me from above. Stop it, birds. The best way I can describe it is that staring at that point in the sky felt the same way as falling into water that you can't see the bottom of. It was huge. Only whatever it was, it did not seem happy that I could feel it. I just felt this intense hate coming from that point in the sky, and every single red flag in my brain was raised, as if I was in mortal danger. So I did what any sensible person would do. Got in my car, drove down the driveway and sprinted into the house where I felt safe again. I don't know if my life was in danger that night, but whatever this thing was, it felt as if God himself was staring me directly in the eyes, and he wanted me gone. Thankfully, I haven't felt it since. So yeah, I won't be answering any questions about what I think it was. To be honest, after the warnings I've gotten, I don't want to know anymore. Some things are better left unnamed and unseen, and I think this is one of those things. My encounter with what I think might have been a demon. Back a couple of years ago, I was into a pretty bad argument with a friend. Sorry guys, my bird is going nuts. Got into a pretty bad argument with a friend. In short, I'd been keeping a secret and had come clean about it. She was really mad, and I went to bed feeling like shit. Of course, I'll admit I've had some issues with mental health, like depression. My family doesn't have a good track record with mental health either. But I'd never experienced anything like this before. About halfway through the night, I woke up. I think it was a dream. Again, I think. I was sitting upright in my bed, holding a specific knife I actually owned in my hand. I looked around and my room was illuminated by particularly bright moonlight. This was odd since my curtains were closed, but it didn't feel off. I looked at a part of my wall that the light was illuminating quite brightly and saw words written in some kind of paint. I don't want to say blood because that sounds cheesy, but that's honestly what it looked like. The words were, "Kill yourself," written in what looked like blood. Sounds stupid, but that's what it looked like. As dumb as it sounds, I feel that those are common demonic tropes for a reason. The trope had to start somewhere, right? I should add, I'd never once self-harmed or even really considered suicide at that point, despite my depression. Anyway, when I read those words, it all felt like it clicked. I held the knife up to my wrists, and I was about to start cutting, when something caught my eye in a dark corner of my room. I squinted to get a better look. I realized it was somewhat humanoid. It looked absolutely terrifying. It had these eyes and teeth that looked like those of a deep-sea fish. Think Gollum mixed with a human and an anglerfish's mouth. Not pleasant. When I saw it, the light in the room suddenly went from moonlight to flickering orange as if there was a fire behind me illuminating my room. I ended up bolting upright a few minutes before my alarm in a cold sweat. I figured that's just a creepy nightmare, so I just got up, went to school. My skin was crawling the whole drive there. I get out my first class and I start getting anxious, so I reach up to touch my cross necklace. As I do, a voice that isn't mine speaks in my head and says, "God won't save you." For the next few months, I had these incidents where basically it would feel like some outside force would jump on me and want me to kill myself at the slightest negative happening. I tried to face this feeling by picking up the knife to prove I could resist, but the instant that I picked up the knife, it felt like I couldn't put it down. Eventually, I managed to put it back in my drawer, and I didn't touch it until I had an accident in a while. The incident stopped after I went outside during one family was in the house, and firmly told the demon it would leave. By the power of Jesus, it would leave. I honestly feel like I'm lucky that I remembered that part of the Bible because I think it worked. That was my last incident. It sort of ended after I told the demon to fuck off. I don't know if that's what made it go away or if it just lost interest after I wouldn't kill myself. So yeah, that's my demon story. I actually went looking online a while back to see what I was dealing with, and I found an East Asian demon that seemed like it fit the description. A human goblin thing with sharp teeth that finds people at low points, tries to convince them to kill themselves. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that I saw this thing illuminated in what looked like hellfire, I would just assume it was the depression. But whatever it is, it's gone now. I haven't had a single incident in it's got to be over 3 years at this point. I was 17, and I'm 20 now. The Little Girl with the Stuffed Bear. I've always been in tune with spirits since childhood, mainly seeing apparitions or feeling energies and silhouettes. This encounter was when I was in my 3rd year of university. I moved into a new student rental, the basement of the building. The house was nice, new and in a quaint neighborhood a distance away from the university. Shortly after moving in, I felt like I was being watched. My room was in a corner of the basement, adjacent to 2 hallways, one that led to the living space and the other that led to the entrance and furnace area. I didn't feel threatened. Over time, I would see an apparition of a little girl. She wore a white dress, had shoulder-length hair, but her bangs covered her face, which I couldn't see well. Sometimes I'd see her with a stuffed bear. Normally the encounters would be, I might walk from my bedroom to the bathroom to see her silhouette move from one room to another, as if she was curiously watching me. Fast forward about 3 months. One weekend I'm back in my hometown visiting my family. My mom, who is very in tune with spirits, pulls me aside to talk to me. She said that she knows I'm being followed and that the spirit is passing by, quote unquote, but is attracted to my energy. I already felt no harm, so I thought that was kind of cool. My mom suggested one night I try and talk to her to see if, what she was all about. While I returned to my student place, I started talking aloud before going to bed. She was the most active, by the way, saying if she feels comfortable, she can come out, and I won't be harmful or anything. Another month goes by, and one night I'm studying for a math exam the next day. It was getting late, so I head to bed. Now, I've always heard that if you awake between 3 or 4, that tends to be the dead hour. Fast forward, it's around 4. I wake up, which is normally unusual for me, but it was different tonight. When I awoke, I was on my side and my vision was aligned with the wall beside my bed. I left the lamp on, since I was just too exhausted to turn everything off from studying, so I saw a shadow cast on the wall, clear as day, as if someone was standing behind me. Now, I had roommates, but I wasn't close. They were grad students, and it was the summer, so I was usually alone in the house when I was there. I turn around and I see the girl. This time she's fully realized she wasn't a transparent apparition. It was as if she was living and breathing, just a girl. I saw her white dress, her teddy bear held in her left hand, and she was looking at me. A peaceful smile. I saw her face for the first time. She was indeed a young girl. She quickly disappeared as soon as I awoke. It was my first time seeing a spirit to this intensity and being up so close with one. I screamed, not out of fright, but out of being startled. After that, I never saw her again. I suspect I may have scared her off since she was timid to begin with. I felt really bad since I wanted to explore this more, but she was nice company for the time that she was around.
Spirits following my family since my mother was a child. My family has collectively had many experiences with the paranormal. It mostly starts with my mom at age 5, when she saw a shadow man in the 20s style suit and a fedora hat into her church during a service. She asked her youth pastor and teacher who that man was. Her teacher responded that there was nothing there. The shadow stayed for 15 minutes and got agitated when the pastor began to pray. My mom, who is now age 51, will still occasionally see this fedora man. 2 incidents when I was 14 or 15, each a separate night. One night I was in bed. I felt like someone used both hands open palm to smack my feet hard under my blanket. It made me shoot. Like it made me shoot up, I guess, thinking that it was my brother messing with me. Everyone was asleep in the house. Another time at the same location, I saw a tall, lanky, misshapen shadow figure at my door swaying. My room was so dark I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. But this shadow was darker than the room. The last most memorable incident was when I was a senior in high school. I was watching a jazz documentary in percussion class. There were a total of 7 students, plus our band teacher in a large band room, spread out, watching in the dark. I was the only one in the chair due to a broken foot that I was alleviating because the teacher who was on the other side of the room told me so. 4 classmates were with him, while 2 others were sitting on each side of me on the floor. The floor had levels, so if you kind of sit on them like sitting on a stair. 2 feet behind me were hanging chimes. In the middle of the documentary, the chimes smashed together loudly like someone full force swatted them. My first thought was to look for someone, but everyone was in their spots and the 2 boys beside me never moved. I was able to see them constantly with my peripherals. The chimes had been standing up straight and not caught on anything since I had checked them earlier. They were moved to abruptly that. They were still swaying when we all turned to look. Let's just say everybody was uncomfortable after that.
The Lady in the Purple Dress. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, my grandmother from my father's side took me to a relative's house in the countryside, where a family reunion would take place. I remember it being a very elegant yet antique structure, with a cobblestone base and a tall mahogany wall. To be honest, everything seemed tall at that time, because it was indeed taller than me. The house itself was built next to a lake, which was so deep in certain spots that the water looked like a portal to a void, black, seemingly empty. I, who was always excited at the sight of a body of water and the possibilities of being able to play in it, stared deeply at that lake. Ignoring the scary-looking water, I immediately started to get ready to go for a swim. I think I was the first one ready, actually. As the rest of my family got ready, I ran towards the lake shore and slowly dipped my foot into the water. To this day, I still remember the way it felt. In contrast to the ever-hot tropical weather, this lake felt like a tundra. It didn't just feel like the cold feeling of a breezy winter night. It was the type of cold that one feels when in a state of absolute terror. The feeling crawled up my legs and up into my spine, and I slowly walked into the lake, water enveloping me. As I walked, I could feel the wet, slimy rocks beneath my feet, threatening to betray my step at any moment. When the water hit my waist, their threats became a promise, and I slipped and fell fully into the water. I panicked as water went into my mouth and nose and quickly opened my eyes underneath the water to process what had just happened. The panic increased as my lungs started to fill with water. I swallowed what seemed to be a gallon of water before I felt a hand grab me and firmly pull me up. My grandmother stared back at me with a mix of fright, shock, and relief at the same time. She scolded me for trying to act grown and not waiting for the adults to accompany me. coughed up water as she carried me out of the lake and into the house. We went inside a random room that had a bathroom attached, and she set me down on a tall sink counter, which was situated right in front of the bathtub. Still scolding me, she told me to stay still and left me all by myself for a moment. I heard her exit the room and close the door. Tears started pouring from my eyes from the scare of almost drowning and my even bigger fright of disappointing my grandmother. How unlucky was I to almost drown in waist-deep water and risk a spanking on top of that? Not in the least. My luck deteriorated even further when the weight of me leaning forward to wipe my tears and rub my eyes made me fall from the counter. Even at that age, I knew I would either die or be seriously injured. Time slowed down to a crawl as I saw the edge of the bathtub get closer and closer. My head was an egg about to get cracked open. I closed my eyes, waiting for the impact. But it never came. The smell of fresh lavender emerged suddenly, like a soft mist. The feeling of soft satin fabric pressing against me feeling comforting. The touch of a woman's delicate hand made my eyes open in surprise. Her mocha-colored face was detailed beautifully by wrinkles. Her dark eyes were kind and motherly. She felt cold, but a comfortable kind of cold, like the cool side of a pillow. We stared into each other's eyes for what seemed like a lifetime. I could sense something was wrong with her, though. Despite being pressed against her torso, I never felt it rise nor fall. I never felt a heartbeat. Despite our faces being so close together, I never felt the gentle air of her exhale. Now that I think about it, she looked more like a wax figure than a person. The same expression locked on her face even after I said thank you. Slowly, she kneeled and set me down on the floor on my rear. And just as suddenly as she was there, she disappeared. I stayed still on the floor, still looking in the place that she was. When my grandmother came back and saw me on the floor, she freaked out. There was no way I would have been able to hop off the counter without injuring myself in some way. With a smile, I explained to her what happened. I told her about the nice lady and how she saved me. I could sense her confusion and watched her purse her lips, getting ready to say something, and then pausing. After composing herself a bit, she said, "There's nobody wearing a purple dress in the house." Then I learned the reason why we went to the lake house in the first place. A remembrance ceremony. Among the bouquets of lavender flowers, I saw a picture that made me freeze. It was the lady in the purple dress. She had been dead for 10 years. She drowned in the lake, and her favorite flowers were lavender. They buried her in her favorite purple dress. The Last Goodbye. From about 8 years old, I've always seen things, but my parents assumed it was just my imagination. I suppose they were right to an extent, as I did have a very active imagination, which is kind of what brought me closer to my Uncle Harry. Now, Uncle Harry, for as long as I could remember, was bedridden, and he couldn't really speak. But nonetheless, every time we would visit my Aunt Grace, his wife and I would find myself, or his wife, would find myself talking to him and playing games. I always had fun when we went to visit, much to the discomfort of my sister and other cousins who found him creepy. I can't blame them, we were all so little and had never been exposed to someone so ill before. As time had passed, we visited less as my uncle was getting worse as the years went on. And the fact that we now lived about 2 hours away made it difficult to visit at all. My sister and I had just started 3rd grade at a brand new school. Now, since we went to a Catholic elementary school, we would line up in the hallways against the walls to perform the end-of-day prayer. During the lineup, I was positioned in front of the band room, which had a large glass window on the door. I turned to look into the room and I saw my Uncle Harry in an all-white suit, sitting in one of the chairs. I waved to him and he waved back, and I turned around as the bell had rung for dismissal. My sister and I met my mom in the cafeteria where students picked us up, or where student pickup was, I think they meant. And we began to walk out when I stopped my mom. I told her that we couldn't leave, and she asked me why. I told her because Uncle Harry was here, and we couldn't leave him. I assumed he came with my mom to pick us up from school. My mom looked at me very confused and said, Uncle Harry was back home with my Aunt Grace. I fought her all the way home about this and described what I saw. She didn't want to listen. We arrived home and the phone was ringing. My mom answered the phone. It was my Aunt Grace. She had called to tell us that Uncle Harry had passed away that morning. She had been trying to call my mom. She was picking us up from school. My mom turned to me and put me on the phone with my aunt. I told her what happened and she said that it was my Uncle Harry saying one last goodbye. Ever since that day, my mom and my mom and her side of the family, never doubted when I saw or heard something ever again. My experience was something that I can't explain. When I was about 3 or 4 years old, I lived in a small apartment. For my personal privacy, I'm not going to say where. Smiley face. First, I'll tell you some little details. It was midsummer. My room is in a P shape with a door at the bottom of the P. The one window I had was completely closed. I had no pajamas on and I only had underwear on because of the weather, and my mom was in the living room watching TV about to go to bed herself. I was fast asleep when all of a sudden I feel a hand on my back. I was laying on my stomach. I jumped up because I didn't expect to feel a hand on my back. When I looked around my room, I didn't see anything, mostly because my eyes were adjusting to the dark. I got out of bed and walked to the living room where my mom was. She asked why I was still up. I don't know how I responded because it's been 17 years since this happened, and I was 3 or 4 years old at that time. After that, my mom walked me back to my bed, and I slept through the night. Years later, when I was about 15 years old, my mom and I had a conversation about that apartment. She said that in that apartment, very weird things were happening. Some examples are, when my mom was done with showering, she opened the curtain, and when she went back and 5 seconds later, the curtain was closed again. The TV was turning on in the middle of the night. Weird clicking noises. We suspected that the house had a poltergeist. And when me and my mom were almost done with our conversation, I thought about it that night, and I can vaguely remember a black mass or shape standing in the corner of my room. But that could be a child's imagination. Why I wanted to write this here is because I still want to know what that could have been. Was it my imagination? Or was it the poltergeist? That's the end of tonight's stories, guys. Hope you guys had as much fun listening as I did reading them. And I just want to point out the one story about the dark lake and being saved from drowning, not only by, your loved one, but when you fell off the counter. I think that was the most neat story of this evening. I hope to read more like that, and if anybody has any stories to submit themselves, know that we are listening to the comments. And submit that story. Let me read it. It might be good. So as usual, see you next time.